Peggy 16.
Your brother was lost thanks to the deceit and treachery of your enemies. Now, the weight of your bloodline lies on your shoulders. Be thankful to your enemies, for they teach you the ways to power. You must learn the ways of commerce and combat, but never fight with swords when a dagger will do. Keep your enemies close. The first step in avoiding the trap is knowing it is there. Real strategy requires cunning. Remember that, and your dynasty will rule this land through the ages.
Well, surprise, surprise, surprise. Although it shouldn't be a surprise, because it's Thursday night. And you know what that means, right? EV23? It's Game and Lawyer stream. Never missed a single one. Ever. Since time deep into annals of history. Back to the year 2015. Never missed one. Now look at that. Look at that fancy new thing that got on the YouTube chat. It says Eevee is number 1. No more arguing about who got here first. I think I've seen those around. I think that stays the whole time you're in chat. There's number 2. Sorry, Maxie. There's been a lot of shit going on. So yeah, this is the first stream where it's saying who's first. So there we go. How come Brad doesn't get number 3? Is it just number 1 and 2? Hello, Eevee. Hello, Maxie. Hello, Brad. Yeah. Oh, I guess that maybe I threw Maxie off. Like, if he had known I was going to stream tonight, he maybe would have got here before Eevee. It stops at 3. Wait, but I thought you were 2. Now Brad's 2? Now I'm very confused. At least on mine, it says Eevee was the first 3 comments. It says number 1. The next comment was Maxie. It says number 2. Then came Brad with nothing. But then it said Brad's number 2, and now it says Maxie's number 3, and now it says Maxie's number 2 again. I think this whole system is broken. I'm very confused. I don't know if you guys are all seeing the same thing I am. The only thing that stays consistent is that Eevee is number 1. You'll be number 1 after Eevee dozes off. Like, is it measuring who's the first in the chat? Or is it like who's made the most comments? I thought maybe it was saying who came first, who came second, who came third. But wait, doesn't that encourage spamming? It feels like that could potentially reward bad behavior. Okay, I thought maybe finally, you know how everyone's always trying to be first in the room? I thought maybe it was doing that. So yeah, I didn't even know what it did. It just very much confused me when the numbers kept changing. So, you know, congratulations, Eevee. I wonder if it's able to distinguish between meaningful and spam. No, I don't even want to test that hypothesis. But I don't want anyone to spam. Spam is irritating. Oh, yeah, Eevee, that's right. That was last week. I didn't stream, but that's on my stream last week. You would have just gotten an update according to your according to what you said the week before, like on the 16th. What's your news? Is it good? I hope it's good. When it wanders off the T Swift videos, you'll be the most chattiest. Oh my god, you guys. So yeah, the reason I'm streaming this week is because everything got fucked up with the house. So we were originally going to be closing tomorrow. It looks like it's still happening, but just shit happened. So things got pushed back. And so it turns out today, actually no, it was supposed to close today. That's right. Originally it was supposed to close today. We were supposed to be taking possession of the house today. So your doctor told you she thinks you'll be able to walk in her shoe, and doing light duty already in September. That's coming up. Hey Jeff, I agree. Millie is a great doggy. She just ran out of the room too. She was literally sitting here the whole time I was setting up my stream. Then she ran off. So yeah. Oh my god, the house thing. It's just been such a roller coaster. Everything was looking real good. Everything was on schedule, except a couple of the inspection reports were taking longer than we thought. But there's like a main inspection report, which is sort of like the big one. And then there were a couple others that were considered like recommended but not critical. One because we're on a well, so there's like a well test inspection. And then the other one was because we're on a septic system, the septic. And both of those reports were like taking forever to get back. But in the meantime, the other inspection was an appraisal. The house appraised like 20 grand over what we're paying for it, so that made us happy. And then right around that time, the basically the escrow people were like, okay, you're basically cleared to proceed at this point. So this closing timeline still was going, but we had like a week to go before closing. And so we're like, all right, cool. So we started making plans as if it was solidified. So like we put in our 30-day notice on our apartment. We Amanda actually started buying appliances with a delivery date. They're supposed to be, I think we were still going to move next week. We were going to take a position today, but like maybe go this weekend to do some preliminary stuff, like start going to get curtains and stuff, certain things like that. And then we were going to actually move next week. So that's why I've been so busy. That timeline's still going to happen. So next week we're going to close. And then if everything goes to plan, or next week-ish, I don't know, everything's kind of up in the air right now. Next week or the beginning of the following week, and then we're going to move the weekend after that. Curtains, I don't know, window blinds, whatever. There's nothing on the windows, and we're like, oh, we want, we're think about certain things we wanted to start getting for the house, and like setting up a temporary fencing situation, because there's about 8-foot gap of the yard that's not fenced. So we'll be like having a real fence put in eventually, but in the meantime we'll look for options for something some sort of barrier we could have put up there to keep Millie from running out of the yard. So there's a few little things we want to take care of before we move in, if we could. And then just in general get a sense for the space and start thinking more about, like, do we want, like, what kind of couch we want to get, and that sort of thing. Because we're going to get a new couch. Our old couch is, like, it's an IKEA couch that's been, like, used until it's almost falling apart. So we're getting a new couch. Buy an old Buick and park it in the 8-foot spot. Hey, that's an idea. Just pull up an old junker. More good news, you pre-ordered new Z Flip Phone 7, and it's scheduled for delivery tomorrow at 7 p.m. You placed the order on July 17th, so there's a lot of 7s in there. It's like lucky 777. Team. Oh, that's exciting. I'm happy for you there. Everything is working out for Evie right now. It's the summer, aside from the injury in the first place. Everything's starting to go Evie's way now. Fire off a gun so people know you're packing. You know, that's the funny thing is, you know, I've lived in apartments for the last 25 years or whatever, but this is the first time, and I've lived in cities, Los Angeles. I mean, it's sort of like in known gang territory and stuff too. And living in a house out in the countryside actually makes me feel more vulnerable than I have living in cities, because for some reason, well, we haven't lived on the ground floor in apartments. That's maybe part of it. So there's really like only one realistic point of entry, and there's a lot of other apartments you got to pass before you get to ours. So like I'm not really worried about like break-ins and stuff, but all of a sudden, living on the ground floor, just without a whole bunch of other units surrounding us, makes me feel very exposed. It's weird to think of it that way, because, you know, I grew up in houses, I never worried about it, and I should have been more scared living in basically like downtown LA in an apartment. Like more like, oh no. But I'm bringing this up because of the idea of letting people know I'm packing, because I've never owned a gun, but all of a sudden I was like, hey, maybe once we own a house, like I should get some home protection. I feel like like I have to defend it or something. Put beware of dog signs all along the property. Yeah, I'm safe with the dog in the house. Yeah, I think so. And Millie, she didn't fuck around. And she sounds scary as shit. Actually, you know what? I think people that see her when she's acting vicious, and because she's basically full grown now too. If you don't know that she's a little weirdo goofus, when she's acting triggered, like I think she could be fucking terrifying. So, but anyway, so yeah, we put in our notice. We started ordering appliance, and the next day, the septic report came in. And I don't know if you guys know much about septic systems, but there's basically, you know, it's instead of, if you're not set up, if you're outside of a city sewer range, instead they'll like put a tank somewhere underground on your yard, and all your water and sewage flows into that. And then they have what's called the drain field, that's sort of like has things going throughout your yard that slowly let the overflow leach into the soil. So it can go several years without needing to be emptied, because it's getting, you know, it's flowing, a little bit is flowing out the whole time over time, sort of like keep up with it. And what the guy found was there's a tree, an apple tree in the middle of the yard that basically it grew over the years, and it crushed 2/3 of the drain field. So we have a septic system that like it technically works, but the drain field is like not working right. So probably will be okay for like temporarily, but we need to have it fixed. And then we found out that the system is old, and based on the size of our property, like we aren't, the county won't let us just fix it. We have to replace it with a whole like more advanced type of system that costs like 3 times more. So all of a sudden there's like, yeah, we're going to be paying like $30,000 to $40,000, or that suddenly is on top of it is a $30,000 to $40,000 to fix this damn like last minute report that came in. So we almost walked away from the house at that point. We certainly can't afford like to just, we don't have that laying around, you know. It's digging out house. It is feasting on poop. So need to upgrade the septic system since I'm a lawyer. Well, maybe it is because I'm so fancy. So no, there's some sort of thing about like a regular septic system, that drain field thing has to have a lot of space. Like, and our property literally, I mean, it's not small, but it's not big enough for the drain field that a standard septic system would need. It's one of those things where I guess it had never been inspected because it was built before the requirement existed, or what? It's been there forever. So, anyways, we've been working since then, trying to get quotes and trying to come up with some sort of a deal with the seller to see if we can work past this. And that's what we've been doing for the last week. But since that's been happening, everything's on hold. And it looked, for a couple minutes, it looked like we were maybe going to get screwed. Like we were getting set up to get screwed a little bit. But anyway, it's been very stressful. But hopefully we've come to some sort of compromise. I know the owner is like, he put so much money into renovating this house to sell it, like try to increase its value. He's already lost a ton of money. Like he's like almost broke. He needs to sell this house so bad to like get back out from under it. So the idea of like, first thing we thought is like, well, we're not paying for the whole thing on this. And we have a feeling this guy just won't be able to, like even if he wanted to. You think that we'd be very popular with the neighbors if we had an outhouse? Save the number 2s for when you're off. But I work from home, so what do? Just shit in my room? I have a home office. I just have a bucket next to my desk. It'd be like, I'm saving it for the office. So yeah, so that's been basically the owner or the seller has agreed to like that we could go 50-50. And we're kind of like, okay, well, the house, we did get a really good deal on the house compared to what it was appraised for. And it was originally supposed to sell for almost $40,000 more than what he was trying to sell it for, like $40,000 more than what we ended up offering on it, and the offer he ended up accepting. And there's a long story there, but basically, if push had come to shove, we would have been willing to pay a lot more to get into the house than the offer he ended up accepting. So there's also that kind of consideration in the background. So we're like, if it's a 35,000 and we split it, for us, it's still within range of how much we would have been willing to spend to get into the house. So, but the problem is the guy that did the inspection doesn't seem to know county rules or otherwise trying to be shady, because he's still trying to pitch just doing the repair to the drain field. The county already told us we need to replace it with the expensive system. This guy's like, no, we just need to replace. I'm just going to put a quote for replacing the drain field, which is like a $7,000 job. So that's where we're like, if we just accepted that, then the seller agreed to pay half of $7,000. And then when we try to get it permitted 3 months from now, it's for $35,000, we'd be screwed. So that's what we're like, if it's going to be like that, we're going to walk away, you know? So that's sort of the challenge right now, is we need to convince the seller that the dude that's pitching the $7,000 job he's either doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, or he's trying to do like a foot in the door sales technique. And he'll be like, oh no, surprise. Like when he tries to get the permit for the work, the county says I have to do a $40,000 job. Oh no, I had no idea, whatever. I think we want to get rid of this guy. He's the guy that did our inspection. And he did the inspection. He had the report by July 1st, and he fucking forgot to give it to us. He sat on it. We kept having our agent send him reminders. He sat on it for 2 weeks. So he knew there was this huge problem. At the first week after we went into escrow, he knew it. And he just didn't give us the report for like over 2 weeks. So that's another thing. If he had just given us the report at the time that he did the inspection, we could have had all this shit sorted out. We could have had this sorted out weeks ago. So, and then when he gave us this stupid quote, we're like, hey, we've done other quotes and we've talked to the county. The county flat out said that if you try to get a permit on what you're proposing, they're going to shut you down and force us to do the replacement. So give us a quote for what it's really going to cost. And he's like, no, this is what all I'm going to do. This is the only quote I'm giving you now. He's like, we'll have to wait for the county to tell me otherwise. It's like, all right, well, fuck you, dude. Yeah, we're pretty much, I don't know what the deal is with him, but we're pretty much over it at this point. So yeah, so as you can see, I'm like getting charged up just thinking about it. But at the end of the day, you know, and at first when we found out that it was fucked up and it would be expensive to fix, our thing was like, well, either we didn't put an offer on a house where the fucking toilets don't work. So the seller, that was, you know, we thought the seller needs to pay for it. But then the more we thought about it, I realized I don't think this dude, everything we know about the seller, he won't be able to. he just doesn't have it. He can't do it. I just install it myself. Your buddy of yours had a septic system fixed and it cost him like 20 grand. I wonder if it was like the same kind of system I'm talking about. It's called an ATT system. It's basically an alternative treatment something or other. And what it is like a regular system has just a tank and then those drainage lines that go out into the property to like slowly leach stuff in the soil. And those drainage lines have to be super long. Like 300 feet of like three or four lines of like totaling 300 feet, which our property just doesn't have. And so in those cases, that's where they're like, they have this other ATT system that has a whole additional like compartment that breaks down. So you got your tank and then it goes into this other place that does like a special treatment that kind of breaks everything down before it passes it along. And then that way you don't need as big of a drain field because it's already basically been pre-treated before it comes out. It's like been broken down. So it makes it, I guess, safer for there not to be as big of a drain field for like health and safety. But the difference is huge. Like you could replace an entire standard septic system. You get the whole thing installed for like 10 grand. And getting the whole thing of this alternative treatment system installed is like 30 to 40 grand. So it's a huge difference. Like even one of the septic companies, the guy that we were talking to, and he was putting a quote together, and he's like, "Gee, I really feel bad that you're sort of being forced into using this kind of system." Because it's so expensive. He said it made him sick. It made him sick how expensive it is. Especially knowing that it was like it was an expense that we'd walked sort of blindly into. We didn't know it was there. A tank with a finger system. Tell you didn't have hot water in the house for 3 weeks. Oh God! Finally sent someone out because your roommate yelled at him. That's wow. No, that's terrible. I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to do that, but. I'm not sure, actually. I think hot water is considered one of those basic things they can't fuck around with. I mean, there can be interruptions, but not for 3 fucking weeks. So, anyway, so yeah, you could tell I'm worked up over all this, but it did make it so that we're not in the middle of moving this. We still need to pack and stuff, but we even, with everything in the air, we kind of put a pause on packing too. We were like half packed, but there's this point where we're kind of like, we're not even sure we're buying this house anymore. Right now, it's after all the talking, I think we're at maybe 75-80% sure that it's probably going to go through now, but the seller apparently is skeptical. Like when he started hearing that we were throwing around quotes for like over $30,000, like he was afraid we were trying to scam him. So it's like, well, we're just like, we hope you go. We told our agent to encourage him to go talk to the county about what it would cost to fix the problem that we found, so they can explain it to him the same way we found out. The home insurance cover it? I don't know. I don't know if that. I would actually doubt it, because it's just sort of one of those things. It's like a new roof for your house, right? When you need a new roof for your house, that's like not the sort of thing that insurance covers. That's a thing that, like, basically as a homeowner, when it's time to replace your roof, you have to replace it. Now, if there was a fucking fire that burned your roof down, if there was like some disaster that occurred that got like a plane crashed from the sky on our septic system or something, maybe. But, that's the other thing, too, where we were kind of like, yeah, we'll go halves with him on it. Because it's a 60-year-old septic system. And we found out that normally septic systems, they only last about 30 years. So we were kind of like, well, even if it right now had passed inspection, there's a good chance in the next few years we would still have to replace it because it's fucking old. And then we'd end up stuck with a whole $30,000 to $40,000 bill fully out of our pocket. So in some sense, we're like, hey, maybe it's worth it. Like, if it needs to be replaced, and maybe it's worth it to just almost take advantage of this, to be like, take care of it now when we have someone who's going to pay for half of it. The septic system's almost my age. Yeah, basically. It's damaged by the tree. Yeah, there's like a slow 20-year... It's like a really slow motion plane crashing into the septic system. So, but yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an expert on homeowners insurance, but I don't think it covers stuff like this. Like, just over time, like, things breaking down type of stuff. But anyways, yeah, so it kind of sucks. So yeah, and that's made me, and then of course work is also being stressful again. So, and in the middle of work, we're also getting all these calls all the time from, like, this septic guy, this quote from this septic guy, our real estate agent, our escrow guy, our mortgage guy. Everything's constantly happening. So it's just been, like, really overwhelming. It's probably to some extent like this anytime if you buy a house, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Because we did go camping with our extended family this past weekend, and we had just found out about the septic thing, like the day within, it might have been the morning that we left for the camping trip last Friday. And I got a brother-in-law and his wife. They've bought a couple houses, and another brother-in-law's bought and sold a house. And yeah, so they've had some experience with buying and selling houses. And my sister-in-law was basically like, we don't even do the inspections anymore. We just assume once we get in there, we're going to find out that there's a bunch of shit that needs to be fixed. It's just like, if you're buying houses that have been around for 40, 50, 60 years or more, you're just going to assume once you get in there, you're going to find shit that needs to be fixed. And so for us, we were basically like, anything that we could have inspected, we paid to have it inspected. So we're kind of glad we did. But they kind of made it sound like, most of the time when you buy a house, you're going to end up running into some bullshit at some point. Well, yeah, I think it's definitely... Because all told, I mean, we had to pay for the general home inspection, the septic inspection, the well inspection, and the appraiser. And I think all told, it's probably like a couple grand, like $2,500. We paid a lot for inspections. At least $2,000 for all together for all the inspections that we did. But it knowing that like we uncovered something that's going to cost $35,000 to fix. That would be a great way to introduce ourselves to the neighbors, Jeff. We just be like, we we walk over and we're all like squirming. They answer the door and we're doing that like the hips bending back, like squirming, legs together, and we're like, we're your new neighbors. Can I use your bathroom? Just dig a poop trench. Oh yeah, that's a way to get popular. But spending a couple $1,000s on an investment the size of a house is good and normal. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things too where it's like it could fall through. I mean, depending on what we found and how it played out, obviously, the sale could fall through. But it's better to lose a couple grand than walk into something that's gonna like fuck up your life. Because I think honestly this one, like and who knows what else is possible that could be wrong with it, but we've had the house pretty well looked at, and we have reason to think that by and large, like this thing with the septic is pretty much the big thing, is the big surprise. There's probably not some other huge thing lurking that's going to be a huge problem. Of course, who knows? But maybe our neighbors could be like arsonists or some shit. Who knows? You never know what the weirdness could be going on. The well is filled with industrial effluents. We had the well water tested and everything. That was why the well test took so long to get back, because that didn't get back till last week either. First, the well inspector took 10 days to do their inspection, and then it took another week because they had to send water samples to some lab to get like all the chemical breakdown of it. So we know the water's like in decent shape. The sketchy inspector hints at more problems. I don't know what's up there. I mean, we're trusting that his inspection was honest. He's just maybe not good at running a business. And then him trying to pitch the quick fix. I still don't know what's up with that. Because but he's not he's based in the next county over, so maybe their rules are different over there. But I would think, like, this dude does septic for a living. We've only looked into septic for the last week. And we very quickly found out that he can't just replace the drain field. So that's where I'm like, how is it possible this guy who does this for a living doesn't know that? Like, we even call back to confirm, like, and the county inspector said yes, if they try to pitch just a replacement of a standard field, drain field, we're going to overrule them and say, no, you have to replace the whole thing with the ATT system. So I don't know what's up with this inspector. So, or he just wants the county to what he keeps saying is the counties will make those determinations on a case-by-case basis. And he wants to wait for the county to actually make an official determination before he pitches that job. Because in his mind, he thinks it only needs, like, the thing that's broken just needs to be replaced at the end of the day. And he doesn't want to... Now, I don't know why he doesn't want to pitch more than that. Especially if, like, we're telling him, like, yeah, the county folks already said they're going to make you do it. But maybe he thinks we don't know what we're talking about, or I don't know. Or maybe the county is fucking around with us. Who the fuck knows? But I know at least the people we've talked to, have made it very clear and unambiguous that they're telling us this is what's going to happen if we try to go along with this guy's bid. So, no, all the guy said originally, before we looked into it, because the thing is, We were just going to take his bid. But then also our agent was like, you should probably, get a couple other quotes too, just to be sure. And that's how we first found out, because the very next person we got a quote from is like, no, you can't just replace it. Like he said, I saw the size of your lot, that the county's going to make you replace the whole system because it's non-compliant. So the first person, septic company that worked in the county that we asked, were like, no, it's not a $7,000 job. But what our guy kept saying from the very beginning, the first guy, he said, I'm going to recommend replacing the system, and he's replacing the drain field. I'll draw up a proposal, and then it will go to the county. And he said the county will ultimately say what needs to be done, and then I'll do whatever the county tells me to. But this is what I'm recommending, so this is what I'm going to propose. And then, but ultimately, he did prepare us for this idea that whatever the county ends up saying is what he's going to end up doing. So that's why the next person we talked to, when they said, no, they're going to have to do this full replacement, we actually called the county inspector to see if they could tell us, and the county confirmed, like, yeah, we're not, if someone comes up and pitches out, we're not going to let them do that. So, but he just doubled down when we got back to him. He was just like he thought either he really believes that somehow when he gets talking with the county that they're not going to make him do it, or he's just, as a matter of practice, well, he'll just pitch whatever he thinks he wants to do until someone forces him to do otherwise. So, I mean, even one of the other guys, the guy who said it makes him sick how expensive these are, he's like, I almost would rather just give you the quote for the initial inspections and not even give you the quote for the system until he had the same sort of hesitancy of being like, I don't want to quote you that system until the county. So it could be something in the industry where they just don't want to, they don't want to throw that number around, the big number, until they're like, someone tells them that they have to. So it could be that. But, like what we told this guy is, we can't afford to go with a $7,000 quote right now, because that's what the seller is going to pay half of. So we can't agree to a $7,000 quote, get $3,500 from the seller, because this is going to take months. Like, we're going to close the deal. The seller's going to be long gone. We'll have whatever it is we agreed with the seller now, like next week. And then when actually the work comes around to get done in a couple months, or for various reasons, it actually it could end up not being till next year, but that just depends. Because if they don't get it done by the rainy season, they don't do septic replacements during Oregon's rainy season, which starts September. So, and a lot of the septic guys are really booked up. So anyways, yeah, there's a chance that we may have to live with the current system until next year. But why did he delay the report? Who knows? Either he's just, now we're thinking this is the busy time of year for septic people, so he just could be really bad at keeping himself organized and just forget shit. He could have just dropped the ball, but it also could have been, who knows, if he's playing some kind of game, like he knows if he waits if he waited until late enough in the escrow process, that it would put us in this kind of urgent situation where we felt like we had to make a rush decision. Who knows? I mean, I'm questioned whether it's incompetence or deliberate tactic. I don't know. I'm more inclined to think it was just the dude is flaky. If we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, he's just a flaky guy. But you doubt he was intentionally trying to harm you? Seems like a pretty... Yeah, there's this conspiracy-minded possibility where you're like, this is all his long game, including why he won't give us a quote for how much it's actually going to cost. Like there's some sort of, oh, well, that's the low bid so that he gets his foot in the door and then gets to be like, oh, no, who could have 3 months from now when the county's like, no, it's got to be this $40,000 thing. Oh no, who could have foreseen that? I didn't know. Well, golly, gee, I guess you got to do, whatever. I know I said it would only cost $7,000. Whatever. It could be sales tactics. He may be stupid. And who knows? I don't know what the septic system. Maybe in the county where he works, you show up at the county office with a casserole and a bundt cake, and they're like, they look the other way. Be like, okay, we'll just pretend we didn't see how small the property square footage was or some shit. Like, who knows? Maybe there's a reason he thinks like the county won't make him do the thing that they're supposed to make him do. I can't imagine that he wouldn't have experience and or at least be aware that. I mean, that could be a thing too. If different counties have different rules, that he just doesn't. He could have a policy where he's just like, look, I'm just going to recommend what I think is needed, and I'm not going to be an expert county by county with what their rules are. But so he's just going to recommend whatever he wants to recommend, and if it doesn't comply with the county, he just wait for them to tell him what he's supposed to do instead. That could be like literally how he does it, and it's just him being lazy and not wanting to factor into his initial plan into like which county and which rules they have, what their codes are, and everything else. There's no way. Well, if a whole system is like can be 10 grand. In fact, just looking online, sounds like you could get a whole septic system in the right circumstances for like 5 grand. So if it's literally just replacing part of a system, $7,000, like it's 2 out of 3 of the drain lines are crushed by the tree. And it was literally just replacing the 2 drain lines that were crushed was all he needed to do. Or I think he was gonna recommend replacing the whole drain field. And I think it's 7,000. It'd be less than 7 if it were just installing it. But I think he also has to somehow work around the existing lines. I don't know. That could make it cost more. But it's 7,000 for what he wants to do. Actually, sounds like it might be. Like, I was surprised for just a drain field replacement. It was that much, based on the numbers that I'd seen. Or literally just from Googling, right? Just hearing buzz about what people have paid, or what pops up on Google about how much those things cost. So yeah, that's what's going on, and that's why I'm streaming tonight. Yeah, I've been having with all this like stress going on, it's been really overwhelming. I've had a very hard gaming week. You know how I get? I can't figure out a game that I want to play. That's why I'm doing Crusader Kings 2 just to do a thing. I'm gonna start a new game tonight. But this week, let's see, what did I do? Since we last saw you, I was playing Metaphor Refantasio. You know how my system is getting unstable? Metaphor Refantasio crashed my system. And then I was like, well, I only half wanted to play that game anyways at this point. I was like, I was sort of getting back into it, but not like, yay! Because I kind of burnt out on that game a few months ago. It's a long game. And then I tried to play Dune Awakening. That crashed my system. Then I tried to play... Then I was just randomly looking at all the games that I have access to through Game Pass and everything else. And somehow, or through Humble Choice. And then I realized I owned Guardians of the Galaxy. I've had that for a couple years. It's supposed to be like kind of like a funny Mass Effect, the way that the game actually plays. And I was like, that could be fun. And I started playing that, and it crashed my system. And I did go back the next day, turned all the settings down, and to like low, and it let me play. But at that point, I was already cranky about it. Over the weekend, I played a little bit of Civilization 6. I got overwhelmed by all the all the city planning mechanics. Because every civilization, they add more mechanics, like, into the game since the last one. So there are so many systems that once I played it for a few hours and then I got like frustrated and overwhelmed, so I stopped playing that. You bought a new video card to play Dune? Hey, you know the way I've been talking lately, that my computer's 6 years old, so at the point where I'm going to be spending hundreds of dollars to replace some of it, I'm just going to get a new, because who knows, there could be so many different things that are maybe why I'm crashing, including just whatever. I mean, I still might do a complete system wipe first, like a full like reset to factory settings before I buy a new computer. That's going to be like the very last thing that I do. Is the Dune game better or worse than the movie and TV series? I haven't seen the TV series. The game is supposed to be like, if you're a fan of what I've heard, because I've never been a huge Dune fan, but if you're a fan of the Dune franchise, I've heard that people like the way that the world has been presented in the game. I don't know how you'd compare it to the movies. There are some people who thought the movies were great, and there are some people who thought the movies were shit. I thought the movie was good. It took me a while to get into it. It took me 2 years. I tried a couple times and bounced off of it, but once I was like ready for it, I actually really enjoyed it. Yeah, well, you just them running on 2070. Well, it runs fine until it crashes. And the crashes that happen on my system, they don't seem to be precipitated by like performance problems. It's just certain resource intensive games that everything will be running perfectly, and then my PC will freeze. So it's not like necessarily every system starts running hot, or the graphic, like it's struggling to run it. There's no sense of that. It seems like it's almost random. So I don't know what, but I know it's consistent. When I find a game that does it, that game crashes it. And I can go back to other games. Like I played Indiana Jones. That was a graphically intensive game. It didn't crash once. The Alters was that sci-fi game was kind of graphically intensive. Expedition 33 was graphically intensive. I didn't crash at all in those games. So it's just certain games. Like there was a sci-fi game that I was crashing on a few months ago, and I decided I'd try it again last week. And it crashed exactly the same. I get 5 minutes in, I'm in kind of the opening sequence, and the game my whole PC freezes. So you think it's the power supply? So maybe it's it's like something is doing more of a power draw. I don't understand though, because I know I'm playing graphically intensive games that don't crash. And then it's like that one sci-fi game, and I can't remember. I think it's called I can't remember. Invincible. I think it's called The Invincible. It runs like butter. It looks like my system is just not having the faintest problem at all. But it always hard crashes, locks up my system. I don't have any of that. I mean, actually, that lighting does exist, but I don't use it. Actually, you know what? There is some sort of lighting inside my case. I don't have it set up to, like, do a bunch of patterns and blinking and shit like that. Sounds more like software and hardware. Yeah, Brad, you mentioned about, like, getting new chipset drivers. I kind of looked into that, and I kind of ran circles, and like, I think that my board is not supported anymore. I don't know. I started looking into it, and I was running into dead ends, and then I got frustrated and didn't want to deal with it anymore. But I did start trying to pursue that route, and where you get the new sound drivers and everything else, because it could be like just basic system drivers that are outdated can also lead to system instabilities like that. Like I've been somewhat suspicious it could be a sound driver problem, because half the time when it happens, there's like a sound anomaly occurs. But I think the board that I had was popular 10 years ago. I mean, it's an Asus, it's a decent board, but I think it's just been unsupported for several years. So, anyways. I mean, I'm sort of like, yeah, if my computer just blows up, I just won't stream for a while, and I'll probably just play off my Steam Deck until I can get a new computer. I still have my last computer that I built in 2013. I might blow the dust out of that, and I don't think it'll play everything that I own at this point, but it could still play quite a few things. Or actually, I don't know. I haven't used it for 5 years, so it might not even turn on, but let's sit around. Try playing one of the games with all the sound turned off. That's kind of an interesting idea. I wonder if that would, having this, like if having the volume turned down would make a difference, or if it would still be performing those operations somehow, just at a zero volume setting. I'd be curious to know even if it were the sound, if that would make the difference. Like, just because I don't hear it, that it's not still doing all the things. Disable the device. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could play Pool of Radiance. So that's one of the reasons, like, the last couple of times I streamed, I've been streaming, like, indie games that don't have very intensive graphics. What was it that I bought? Oh, you guys heard of a game called Clan Folk? It's kind of like RimWorld a little bit. I've had a little bit of a RimWorld itch, except they've got all these new cool expansions I want to play, and I don't want to pay for them right now because they're too expensive. And I also sort of like don't want to start playing again until I can get them. So then I talk myself out of it. But there's a game called Clan Folk, and it's like half the time it's on sale for $15. I think it's a $30 game. And I looked and it was on sale. It's basically like, it's sort of like RimWorld, but you're basically running a family trying to survive in a setting that's like the Scottish Highlands. There's no raiders attacking or combat or anything like that. It's more about getting your family to survive the elements, and it has the dynamics of like aging. They go old, they die, the family goes generation to generation, which is something that RimWorld doesn't do. So it does some cool stuff, but it's still in the same like kind of framework, similar framework of like a RimWorld or a Dwarf Fortress. But Brad, there's a part of me that like thought, oh, and this is the contradiction. And this one is that I do start craving games like that, but then I turn them on. This is what happened with Clan Folk. I turned it on, and I didn't want to deal with learning it. I played for about 20 minutes, and it's running me through like sort of a tutorial sequence of learning all the systems. And my brain's just like, I don't want to fucking learn systems right now. And it's like, I'm sure I'll enjoy this game once I already know it. But even though they're familiar systems, they're different, right? So the way my mindset is right now, I'm like, I don't want to learn anything. So like, maybe if I already knew all the ins and outs of Dwarf Fortress, I would be good for it. But for me, it's like I learned it sort of. I never got good at it. I never learned all of it. I probably learned 10, 15% of like how to play the game. And then I didn't play it for 3 years. If I turn it on again, it's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that vertical wall learning curve again. And I'm just like, I can't deal with that right now. You just give you a call and you help me with it. Let's see. There was a game you had problems with, but it was sound related. Okay. You turn off the background music and it went away. That's interesting. So that actually might be worth it for me to try. Yeah, and then I have in the past, when my system's screwed up, it's like I went through phases where it would only crash when I was running games through OBS. Again, still could be sound related. But like when there are times when my streams would crash and like go through little phases, and often during those phases it only would crash. Like I could play a game just fine, but it was OBS would crash my system. So I appreciate that you would jump on a call and help me with Dwarf Fortress, but it's not that I don't appreciate your help. It's just that I don't want to fucking learn anything right now. And that's the thing too about the way my job is. It's sort of exacerbated the situation. Is I feel more days than not at my job, I feel like they're constantly inventing new complex processes, or we're figuring out how to deal with something through a very complicated process that we're sort of inventing on the fly to deal with the things that are emerging. And so my brain, I don't know if you ever get that feeling when you're trying real hard to learn something. It used to happen when I was like learning calculus and shit, where you literally feel like your brain is like physically stretching, like as you're trying to. It could just be the muscles in your skull tensing because you're stressed, but sometimes it feels like my brain literally is straining to muscle through figuring shit out, learning shit, packing more shit in there. And I feel like that a lot at my job. And so in times when, especially like right now, there's a bunch of other shit also going on. That's where like I went to Civ 6 to play Civ 6 last weekend because I remember Civ as a game that you just kind of space out and play for a whole day and it being kind of chill. But I haven't played a ton of Civ 6. And then I considered, I could uninstall it and play Civ 5, but I haven't played Civ 5 in like 10 years. So it's like, I'd probably encounter the same thing with that. There are a lot of systems in Civ 5. I knew them all at one point, so it wouldn't have been a problem, but I haven't played it in 10 years, so I probably have to relearn it. And my brain's like, fuck that. I don't want to learn shit. Ironically, Crusader Kings is in some ways more complex than those other games, but Crusader Kings happens at a very slow pace. And so the things that you need to learn are coming at you at a slow pace. So the game kind of gives you like a gradual learning curve just by the nature of how it unfolds. You don't need to understand everything like as you're turning the game on. Oh, my skull muscles. Exactly. Tell the seller to pay for a new PC? How would we justify that? So, and honestly, I was having trouble with Crusader Kings. I was ready to stream like 15 minutes earlier than I started my stream. And Crusader Kings, it does this. It's happened in the past too. When you first launch it, it goes into a screen that says initializing game. And it can literally take 10 minutes for it to get to the actual like title screen. And I got pissed off because I was like, I remembered that problem. So I'm like, I'm going to launch the game. I had everything else for my stream set up. So I'm going to launch the game first, just in case it takes a while to load. And it was taking so long to load that I started getting pissed off. And I actually Googled and I found a fix. And I think I actually force quit the game. And it was basically said some stupid shit like it's been updated since the last time I played, and because I had outdated saves in my save games, that for some reason can cause the initialization screen to take like 10 to 15 minutes before you even get to the title screen to start the game. And so it's like, all right, I tracked down my game save folder. I was planning on starting a new game anyways. And I deleted my saves and I relaunched the game, and like, yeah, 45 seconds later, game was on the title screen, which is still, you know, slow for compared to a lot of games, but it's better than 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, I have sort of, I also was craving a little bit Stellaris again, because it does sort of the same thing. I still, at some point, am probably going to do like a fall deep into a Stellaris rabbit hole. Because that's just a really good game, but it's also big, and I always run out of steam when I'm playing it. And one thing that precipitated this as well is there's a game called Distant Stars. I think they're Distant Worlds. And for some reason, I was looking through my Humble Choice, and I realized I owned Distant Worlds 2, which came out a few years ago, but it came out in a rough state, so I sort of ignored it. And something popped up on my feed about like on YouTube about Distant Worlds 2. And I was like, oh, I wonder how Distant Worlds 2, welcome back, Evie. I wonder how Distant World 2, like if they've fixed it up since it launched. And supposedly it's in decent shape now. So, but it is like, they describe it as Stellaris with the complexity ramped up to 11, except that you can basically automate anything in the game up to, you can make it so literally your galactic civilization, whatever, completely runs itself, and you can just control one ship and just play it like you're an exploration starship, and literally the whole universe runs itself. So it's super complex, and so I was all like, there are things about that game series that sound really interesting, but then I'm like, if I'm complaining about not wanting to learn new things, like Civilization 6 is too complex. I usually consider the Civilization series, like, in terms of complexity of strategy games, not high on the spectrum. But last weekend, it was too much for me to deal with. It's okay, dude. I'm going to cover up Chauncey, because he's making bird noises. I don't know if you just heard, Millie just made this weird, like, it was this, like, weird reaction. Chauncey was making little woodpecker sounds or something against her food dish. Are you okay, Moo? Did Chauncey make noises that disturbed you? She's sitting on my bed, just looking at me all like with a weird look on her face. Hold on, I'm gonna sort out Chauncey. This is 9 o'clock is when I cover Chauncey normally, anyways. All right, mischief managed. Gamification gone wild. Yeah, how were you? You literally said one thing and you became number one again. I don't know how it works. But so yeah, I'm gonna start a new game with Crusader King. That's all. An hour for me to talk about how complicated my shit is. All just basically lead into why I'm playing Crusader Kings tonight. I'm probably gonna start a game and then not keep playing it after tonight. It's just something to play. When it was having trouble loading, I looked over at Steam and saw something about Like, you know, they'll give you these recommendation like play next, like play this like, out of your own library. And I looked over and saw that it was like play next, and it said No Man's Sky, and I was like, maybe I'll just play No Man's Sky. Like literally at the last minute, I almost played No Man's Sky. But then I was like, I already have the background video for Crusader Kings. And the thumbnail was all ready to go for Crusader Kings. Just a bunch of bullshit if I suddenly changed my mind and tried to play No Man's Sky. But for some reason, the big universe sandbox where there's no story to do, I was like, I could maybe deal with that right now. No, one thing I'm not going to challenge myself. I'm going to do what I always do. I make a Lawrence Hawk of Clan Hawk in Ireland. You're glad I'm not doing No Man's Sky? I couldn't remember what your feelings were on No Man's Sky. But I know in some ways it's kind of like the kind of crafting survival games you hate. So I was like, Brad. Especially after I was floating playing Crusader Kings 3. I felt like I may not be forgiven if I launched my stream and I was playing No Man's Sky.
45 seconds of gameplay.
All right, so yeah, I did actually launch the game in the background. Nothing happens in No Man's Sky. There's no story. Well, there's sort of a story, but shit happens, but it's all like procedural. Well, most of what's happening is procedural. There is loosely a story, but it's not really a story. And there are actually a ton of fucking systems. Like, there is actually a learning curve in there. But if you want to just wander around and scan alien life forms and collect resources and build the base, you can. So what I probably would have ended up doing, you would have hated. And I think whatever story there is unfolds so slowly that anyone viewing a stream on it would also still hate it. All right, let's not do the continue because that's busted. That's busted. They got a few recommended starts. You do 867, 1066, which is considered a normal start, and then 1178, which is a late start. I, of course, like to do my own ruler. So it says play as any ruler in 1066, or create your own. Was that the right button for create my own? Let's see, create your own. Oh, there's adventurers now too. I forgot. I don't want to do that because that's a new game type of game. But I think you can. There's a mode where you might be able to play the game like an RPG. I don't know. I'm not going to. Okay, this is where I like Munster. Except I like to create my own ruler. Let's see. Let's right, paste DNA. Oh, it was invalid. Alright, I guess I saved something from before, but it doesn't. Is there a random? Sometimes what I like to do is just randomize appearance until I see something that I like as a basis, and then I'll work from there. Now, even though I make a Lawrence Hawk in this one, the Crusader Kings is one of the few times where I will make Lawrence Hawk look kind of like me, surprisingly. But I also don't want to deal with this guy. Just a shirt and no pants. Maybe I could deal with this dude a little bit. Customize further. Alright, we definitely need, well, we'll deal with the body shape later. Let's see, is it? I think we need to change the eyes a little bit. Let's see, is there a... that... This guy doesn't look exactly like me, but he looks more like me than the other randos I put up. There's a bunch of content, but it's still a lot of wandering around and building crap. The adventure mode, or whatever? Are you oh no, you're talking about No Man's Sky. Yeah, you're right. That's completely correct. We gotta make them look cool. A lot of haircuts now. There, I guess I can't turn his head. That's why they give us the two angles. See, that guy looks a little bit, you know, that's a cool haircut. That's kind of like me when I need a haircut. The Jarl cut. Make him super buff in honor of Hulk Hogan. Yeah, I could spend the whole stream just making this. I think this is a hairstyle that I go to frequently. I feel like if I lived in the Middle Ages, or yeah, in the Middle Ages, my hair might look like that. Hold back, I might also do that if I was a king. No, let's get some crazy dudes there. All right. That short wavy was cool. Long wavy. I like the Jarl. That's kind of cool. Let's see what kind of beards we got. The courtier's beard. Just shoot. No, it's important that I like the way my guy looks. He's short, well-kept beard. Let's see. Is there a the hair color? Here, we'll do it like, I'm sort of like that. Alright, I'm gonna do some of the traits you choose will also affect what the body looks like, so... Let's see, let's copy that DNA. That's a very wide head. I'm gonna come in and do that. None of that's being changed. Okay. Head and neck. There. Head width is a little weird there. Neck length. That neck length is feeling a little long. Head profile, head height, head top width, head width. Ignition. Chin detail, chin forward, chin width. That's fine. Their jaw. There's so many options. Oh my god. There, that's looking more like me. Let's see. That's not doing anything. Nose length. Yeah, let's have a little nose sticking out a little more. Oh, that's good. Straight is good. Let's see, are those eyes freakishly big? I know you get caught up. Are they too close together? Did not far go. Nah, not gonna do that. Make it look like your home cellar. They go jump in a moat full of sewage. Alright, so it doesn't really look super duper look like me, but it's close enough. Let's copy this. And is there anything else that I feel like I absolutely have? No, that's good. Finish appearance. So first off, we make him a little older, but not as old as I really am. Because in real life, it took me a while to get as old as I am. We'll start, say I became king when I turned 30. That's a good time to become a king. And let's get into some of these personality traits. Let's see, amateur, what kind of education? Okay, now let's do personality traits first. So what's the difference between personality traits and other traits? Okay, so these are more like behavioral traits, or alright, versus personality. I don't know what the categorical differences are. But let's see. Lustful, chase. They have the opposite. So like if you use lustful, you can't be chased, and vice versa. Gluttonous and temperate. I think if I were to choose, I go gluttonous, but I don't know if I go so far as to call myself gluttonous. Greedy or generous. I kind of fall in the middle there. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not someone that's like constantly donating to charity or any of that stuff. But lazy or diligent? No, it's not lazy. Maybe I'm... Okay, yeah, I'll fess up to it. If you're going to say I've got a vice, lazy would be one of them. I like to lay around. Patient or impatient. I kind of walk the line on that one too. Arrogant and humble. I kind of walk the line on that too. I would have like, if you'd asked me 15, 20 years ago, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm patient and I'm calm and I'm humble. All these things. But at a certain point, I had to get honest with myself and be like, I'm not humble. I mean, I'm not like a braggart, but in my own mind, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm smarter than that person, or oh yeah, I'm this, whatever. And then I'll say, oh, I'm so patient and everything. And it's true, I don't explode at people or anything like that, but I find myself getting irritated at people. Like, I still get irritated, and I'm like, oh, I'm not maybe as chill as I thought I was. I just don't, I guess you could say I'm more calm than wrathful, but I get worked up. You heard me talking about the septic guy. Would you describe me as calm when I was talking about the whole septic situation? I don't know. I don't know if I would say this is a trait of mine. Deceitful or honest. I will say I do honest might be a thing for me. Because, but I don't go out of my way. I don't say everything that's on my mind, but I'm very kind of careful not to say things that are not true. In that sense. Like, I don't want to misrepresent things anymore. If I look at someone and I think their shirt looks stupid, I'm not going to go, hey, your shirt looks stupid. Like, because, you know, that's a level of honesty I don't want to, you know, I don't need to convey that. I'm an elitist snob. Craven versus Brave. And probably, if I were gonna choose one, I'd be more on the Craven side. Like, I don't like getting in fights. Afraid to bleed. I don't. I don't think I would be. I wouldn't be charging at the head of my troops into battle. But who knows? Maybe in the Middle Ages I would have felt different. If I were living in that world. Content versus ambitious. I think I tend to gravitate towards content. I got to think about that. I think hunger for justice. Yes. Yes, hunger for justice for sure. Cynical versus zealous. This is true. Cynical. I am kind of like a skeptic about shit. I tend to be, but cynical though. Cynical is not necessarily skeptical. Cynical is like where you assume the worst. Isn't that what cynical is? Kind of like, it's like almost pessimistic. Like you just don't trust anything. You assume the worst in things, like from people's motives and shit like that. Not paranoid, not trusting. Between callous and compassionate, I would lean more towards compassionate, but again, I'm not someone that's rushing out doing charities every weekend or anything like that, so I feel like if I gotta be honest with myself, compassionate would not be a standout trait in the sense that it is for some people. Like being a negative thinker. Okay. Oh, shy. I think I'm shy. I mean, you guys probably can't tell because I'm the gaming lawyer, but I'm an introvert, and that's been a problem for me in my life, feeling socially shy and awkward and not outgoing. So that's been enough of a problem that I think I'm going to put it as one of my weaknesses. Vengeful, forgiving, eccentric, maybe. I'm going to say forgiving. Sometimes I can put up with a lot of shit, but sometimes I don't. So I don't think forgiving is a standout trait of mine. Make him a meth smoker. Thickness, callous, compassionate, trusting, paranoid, zealous, possibly cynical. I think cynical. I think we got to go cynical. Calm, temperate. I just think I walk the line. I could potentially go honest. Extremely vengeful. No, I don't think so. I wouldn't go so far. I would not go. I would not say that vengeance is a standout trait of mine. It's not that I never get pissed off at people or be like, man, I wish I feel like kicking that guy's ass or whatever. But I'm never like, I will find a way to destroy his life. Like the dude cut me off in traffic and I'm like, I'm going to find out where he lives. It slash his fucking tires. Kill his dog. Alright. So we got those. Let's try these other traits. Oh, wait, where's one? Is this where genius is? I won't be genius because it's expensive. But quick. Intelligent even. I don't think I'm a genius, but I would say I'm intelligent. And that's an expensive trait. Any fitting trait for someone who enjoys mobility? Feeble, frail, delicate. Disfigured, one-legged, no, not quite. One-eyed, the great pox, melancholic. Maybe I'm just riding on a scooter because I'm melancholic. Definitely not athletic. A comfort eater. Yeah, I'm that. I'm not necessarily glutton. But to describe myself as a comfort eater, that's not unfair. I mean, between my wife and I, we have a term we call medicinal Taco Bell, which is if you're feeling like you're having a hard time, you get the Taco Bell to feel better. If that's not comfort eating, I don't know what is. Gotta order some medicinal Taco Bell. Way less driving, being one-eyed is fine. Yeah, but when you're doing like combat though, because sometimes they expect you to lead them into battle and shit. Ooh, Scholar though. What does Scholar do? I'd say yes on Scholar. I've gone over my limit, so I may need to, Diplomat, no. There's a lot of this shit that doesn't... What is Wise Man? Unconventional but practical approach to religion? No, that wouldn't be me. Would just fit everything under skeptical for me. Melancholic, lunatic, infirm, gout-ridden, cancer, typhus, smallpox, measles, all these different diseases you can choose from. Homely, not quite ugly. I'm homely. It's like miniature ugly. See, I have a mixed self-image. It also depends on how in shape I am. And I would basically assess myself as sometimes as comely and sometimes as homely, but never ugly or beautiful. Delicate. Not as... The body of this character is not as strong as it could. Well, I don't injure easily. Wait, I'm getting older though. Frail. Feeble? No. Pale? No. What's pure-blooded do? No. Pure bloodline? Yeah, I just don't think I need to go anywhere on that spectrum. Like, I think appearance-wise, I don't need to... There's not a trait that needs to go in either direction on that one. No, I'm just saying, if I was gonna... When I was all in shape and shit, like a year and a half ago, on that scale, I might have been like, oh, I might bump myself up to comely. But like when I'm at my worst and my skin's like oily or whatever, and I feel like a slob, then I'd be like, well, homely is like the next negative one past that. Like, I might be there. I'm fatherly looking. I'm a delicate flower. I could be stuttering. Shrewd? Nah, I don't think I'm shrewd. Strong? Definitely not. Dwarf? No. Giant? No. Inbred? Weak? One could say that I'm weak, but it's not inherently weak. It's weak because I don't exercise. So it's not like a... When I did exercise, I wasn't weak. So it wasn't like an inherent trait. I'll just stick to lazy for now. And lazy will sub in for weak. You like it when I'm all oiled up? Warrior of the faith, poet, bastard, legitimized bastard, wild oat. What's that all about? Born out of wedlock. Okay. Cannibal. Oh, God. That's considered a positive trait? It costs you 40 points to be a cannibal? This character thinks that other people make the best of meals? No. Weird. Incestuous, adulterer, fornicator, murderer, born in the purple. What's that? Born to prominent parents, a rich life, and high expectations. Well, shit, isn't that true of everyone born into a noble family? An incestuous adulterer? No, but none of those. If I'm trying to make someone that... Now, fornicator, what does he do? Oh, outside love. No, I've done nothing outside wedlock. Wait. Well, does that just mean you have sex when you're not married? Because in my 20s, if that's the description, I could have been considered a fornicator. I did not wait for marriage. Why not play historical characters? Because I have to pretend I have to experience what would happen if I were magically transported back to 1066 and I were the king, or as it will be, the petty the petty lord. Because it's got to be what would I do if I were the king? That's why. Although I do see there is merit to playing historical figures in a game that so painstakingly represents history as well as Paradox games do. So that's definitely a way to go. It's just not the way that I go. By many, but not all standards, you are a fornicator. But if I've been married for 20 years and I have not had any sex outside of wedlock, do I ever lose the fornicator title? I mean, I feel like I just haven't been a fornicator since the 90s. Loyal or disloyal? Yeah, I'm gonna walk the line. I mean, honestly, I'm like, loyal or disloyal, but I'd like to think, yeah, I'm a loyal guy. But, like, would I take the bullet for someone? And I'm like, I don't know if I would, you know? Like, there's this kind of dude where like, oh, that guy would give you the shirt off his back. If he's your friend, he'll give you the shirt off his back. And I'm like, I don't know if I would give you the shirt off my back. So, I don't know. Let's be real with myself. Just trying to be real. I like to think I'm a good guy, but, you know, gotta be, not go too far. Wow, there's so many things here. Okay, these are tactical, aggressive attacker, defender, forwarder, jungle stalker, raider, reckless, faithful blade. Alright, I don't think I'll have any fighting traits. Governor, knight, immortal? What? It costs 10,000 points to choose his trait. I don't know if you could pick, is there a negative trait to balance out this? It's negative 10,000. Cannot die of old age or lose health as they get older. This character stands apart from the rest of humanity, not suffering the rigors of age. So literally, if you want, you can play the game as an immortal. I'm not going to do that because you're supposed to try to balance your points out, and you can't do that without breaking the game. But it's interesting that it's in there. You think I should be a jungle stalker? The famous jungle stalker of Ireland? An inspector. What does he do? The watchful eye with a penchant for travel intricately woven into the fabric of governance. He personally oversees... Nah, I wouldn't do that in real life. Like a micromanager? The guy that goes all over, be like, oh, you got all the right permits for this dam? I mean, maybe after all this septic shit, I'll become that way, but... Nah. Like, my fiefs and shit, if they're gonna build a cathedral on their land, I'm not gonna be coming by going, are you doing this right? Just be like, hey, cool, good luck with that cathedral you're working on. I'll send you, a fruit basket when you're done. Alright. So let's see. I think I need to make up for some points. So I can buy some points by being a little bit older. There, if I'm 35, I balance out. Now I think I've disproportionately given myself a lot of learning. I think I'm going to balance this out. Let's go just good. Stewardship, I think I would at least be average. I think if I was, with my Beat Saber skills, at least average. Diplomacy, I feel like I should get, intrigue, maybe I stay at terrible. I feel like it'd be very easy for people to, trick me or deceive me or come into my court. Like, all the weird little court fucking games people play, I feel like I'd be bad at that shit. Prowess, can I just Can I just get up to... Alright, let's go. Just a little bit below average. And, what about education? Alright. Oh, okay, yeah, that looks good. Just a little bit extra on me. A little bit extra. Alright. Can we balance out the 422? Oh, I'm getting old. Maybe I need to lose something here. Maybe I need to pick more terrible traits for myself. Thing is, half these bad traits actually cost you points. Like, if you want to be wrathful, it costs you points. I think being wrathful makes you better in battle and shit, some of this stuff. But like Craven, there's no benefit to being Craven. It's not like, hey, well, Craven, he's bad in battle, but it makes him really good at, like, bookkeeping or something. Vengeful, eccentric, paranoid. No, I wouldn't go, no. I'm cynical, not paranoid. There's a difference. Besides, it's not paranoia if they're really after you. That's what I've heard. Let's see. Any other negative traits I can choose for myself? Reclusive? I do stay home a lot. What he says, sequesters themselves away and neglects their responsibilities. No, I don't do that. Irritable? No. I mean, like I said, I bounce between being patient and irritable. Suffers from a guilty conscience, often feeling compelled to confess things better left unmentioned. I was a little bit like that when I was a kid. But, you know, I wouldn't say that's a particular trait of mine. Journal, confiner, lunatic, no. Infirm, gout-ridden, like maybe one of these weak things. Delicate, frail, weak. But a health penalty I don't want to deal with. Spindly. A bleeder. Severe health penalty. Nope, don't need that. Or is hangry? I think, do you think that could fit under comfort eater, which I've already chosen? But that doesn't cover for me being a real piece of shit, though, does it? Maybe if I combine it with irritable. Like, irritable could just be like... Dread gain? Unlocks the release your anger interaction? I mean, honestly, that's just not how I really operate in real life. That wouldn't be... I do not have, like, a release your anger button in real life. I tend to be like, let's just order some more medicinals Taco Bell. I'll be upset with somebody and be like, instead of yelling at them, I'm going to get a Mexican pizza. And then I'm going to watch Netflix. And I'm just going to calm down. But maybe not weak. Not feeble. Should I consider? I don't like the moderate health penalty, though. Should I do weak? No. We'll just say that I became king at 44. Oh. That's kind of painful, though. Maybe I have a little less prowess. How about that? One from your CK3 character, you can release your anger at the septic tank guy? Oh. Okay. So wait, what's prowess? Character's aptitude in personal combat. What's martial? How good at waging war and leading armies in battle. This would be like the guy who's playing... Like, am I better at playing a Total War game or Dark Souls? Probably Dark Souls. Or probably the Total War. And at Dark Souls, I suck. So, this is good. This works. I'll be 42. Which I believe is... Is that... It's about how old I was when I met y'all. I just turned 42. Right around then. Alright, so we'll say that the year... It'll be the parallel that in the Middle Ages, 42 is the year that I became king. Whereas in real life, 42 was the year that I became gaming lawyer. Not the gaming lawyer, just gaming lawyer. Can you not increase these stats later? I think there are things that can happen that can increase the stats. Yeah, I think there's like you can get skills and perks and certain things later that can affect them. You think I'm going to try to take the rest of Ireland by force? It's a good possibility. Oh no! Okay, no, I don't need sons, daughters, or be married. The first thing I'm going to do is find a wife. But why can't... Oh, the name is empty. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Lawrence. I forgot I need to do this. Lawrence. And we need the dynasty, which will be Hawk. Hawk with an E because that sounds Old Englishy. And our house motto is hunger for justice. Caw. Let's see, we'll start from scratch. Pattern. Layout. Emblems. Abstract. Animals. Because of course it's got to be the law hawk, right? Let's see. Oh, that's still got chicken features. No. Not the law chicken. The law hawk. Having something... Okay, old Irishy then. Old-timey. Not old Englishy. Old-timey. Nah, that looks cartoonish. Okay, maybe I will choose one of these. What else have we got? Figures. Tribal seals? No. Man-made? What does that mean? I could have Oh, what if there's scales of justice? There we go. There we go. And, alright. I think this is going to be similar to how I've done it before. And then the background is going to be, let's see, color picker. Let's make it a little darker. Alright. Let's get that emblem color. Yeah, okay, that's good. There, I like that. It's a nice Irish... I think this is exactly how I've done emblems before. Just a simple golden set of scales of justice. On a deep green Irish background. Alright. I like it. Duke Lawrence Hawk of the Petty Kingdom of Munster. I think I'm ready to go. Oh, wait, what's this? Okay, this is where we need... Munster's fine. No, we'll keep that. That's just that whatever... This is what came with the actual historical kingdom. We'll keep that. I was going to be like, maybe I'll make my eagles here. But we'll say this was what represented Munster. We'll make my family dynasty be justice related. We'll keep the historical banner for the Kingdom of Munster. Alright. Are we good to go? Yeah. Alright. Once you submit, you cannot undo this change. Are you sure you're really ready to submit? Yeah. Here I am. And then we will start. All right, let's pause the game. So when you start the game, they always give you a ton of notifications. The game will always like notify you of things that require your attention. So that's one thing too I don't necessarily need like a full tutorial, because the game will always kind of tell you, hey, these are the things you need to pay attention to, and then you can dig in each thing. You can look up like an entire encyclopedia entry about it, or however how much you need to know about it, you can look up. So right now we have no heir. The game ends if you die without an heir. No lifestyle chosen. I think I like the learning lifestyle. Because of your intrigue education. Nah, that's bullshit. 10%. Now I wish I should have invested in an education that would make learning better. I like learning. Learning is good. I like doing medicinal focus first. Let's see, because I can learn restraint, which means when I've had as many kids as I want, I can embrace celibacy, which in the kind of succession law that they have in Ireland at this time, where all your titles pass equally amongst your children instead of going to your oldest, every time you die, your kingdom basically gets split up amongst your kids. So being able to be like, all right, let's turn off the spigot here, is important in these early days. So restraint, as gained through the medicinal focus of the learning lifestyle, is for me always a priority. Do I have any claims? We'll get there. Okay, I'm not married. Empty council position. Okay, I think we're missing. All right, we'll get there. Let's see what else are they telling me I need to pay attention to. Current situation, unread messages. I don't have personal position. Noted. I'm not endorsed by my bishop. Okay, I'll work on him. I can vassalize Duke Mercharder of Desmond. All right, I'll probably do that. I can station stuff. I can declare war. I can create an accolade. I can demand a hostage from Earl MacDonald or whatever. Alright. Lots of things I can do. First, and you want to know if I have any claims? Probably not, but I'm going to check. I have 3 titles. Would claims be on this screen? That's where it gets a little hazy. I believe if I had claims, it'd be on this screen. I don't think you start the game with claims unless you are an historical figure. If you start the game as an actual history figure out of history, your character may begin the game with claims, but I don't think you do when you create a character. I think you got to start fabricating that shit, which is one of the things I'm going to do before I start the game timer. Let's see. Cynical, shy, just, and lazy. I am quite the king. Wait, wasn't I honest? At least? Oh yeah, there it is. Honest. Scholar. Torturer? What? I didn't choose torturer. That is not accurate. I'm a comfort eater, not a torturer. How did that get in there? Did I click torturer without realizing it? I don't know, because it's the wild card version. That's the little wild card trait that nobody could have anticipated. Is that if I were living in 1066 and I became a king, I would be a torturer. That's the one. Like, yeah, he's basically like me, except a torturer. All right. And my realm, yeah, my realm piece. I know he does not endorse me. You don't have to rub it in. So, firstly, let's fill the council positions. No spouse, that's fair. Stewart. Kerbal. Wait, is he? He's already my chancellor. Oh, shit. And this guy is already my spy master. And this person sucks at everything. Oh my god. I have very slim pickings in my court. Would anyone else make a good chancellor? No. And then what about marshal? Is there anyone who could be good at being a marshal? Not really. Well, I guess there's this guy right now. He's a knight. I have a better marshal score than he does. All right, dude. Why is he... No one likes me because I'm new. He also doesn't like me because he's a religious zealot and I'm skeptical. That's okay. Beggars can't be choosers. Congratulations. We have incompatible personalities and you're not good at leading troops. Congratulations on your new position as my marshal. And for Stewart, there's literally no one available unless I reassign. So I think what we're going to do is... Where's that people finder? I'm going to look for someone out in the world. Stress level. None. Open inventory. Where's the thing where you can look for people? More. Find character. We're going to find someone that's good at being steered. Let's see, what kind of filters? Sort by ruler, not ruler. Government, doesn't matter. Vassal stance, doesn't matter. Adult, yes. Gender, I think they all have to be dudes, so sorry, ladies. Marital status, sexuality, imprisonment status, inspiration, hostages, religion, culture, dynasty, relation, top realm. Let's say just my realm. Let's say all. Okay, we get back to all. What I'm going to try and do is see if I can entice someone talented from another part of the world who might be inclined, like maybe I could talk them into coming to my court so they can be my steer. I got torture because the game has seen me play Zomboid. Who do I torture? You guys? Who do I torture in Zomboid aside from the people who are watching me play it? I'm a very cautious Zomboid player. Alright. So, let's see. How far do I have to go down before they don't hate me? What's up with this guy? He likes me a little bit. Where's he at? He's probably... Oh, he's like in, is that in Spain? Alright. Well, it's not Spain right now. You were referring to viewers. Okay, I suspected as much. Hey, buddy. How would you like to come to my court? He will not accept. Because of his base reluctance, -50. Well, why does he have -50 base reluctance? What about Kobiak? Does he have base reluctance too? Too far away to interact with. Alright. Let's see. This guy, too far away to interact with. Wait, is he a prince? Okay. Oh, guest. Okay. Hey, buddy. Base reluctance, -50. Alright, I have a feeling anyone I ask is going to be like, who the fuck are you? And why would I want to go to your court? That's the vibe I'm getting. Let's see. Let's scroll now. We don't need people... Everyone I'm seeing has exceptionally high scores. Let's see if there's anyone... There's a possibility there's some dude out there who's great at being a steward that has just the perfect personality combination to go like, oh, this guy's lazy and honest? That's my favorite kind of person. Yeah, I'll join your court. I love people who are lazy and honest and comfort eaters. It's a very rare person we're going to find. This guy's also 42. Oh, not enough. Hey, buddy, let's join the 42 club. Come to my court and be my steward. Everyone hates me. Why does everyone hate me so much? Is the torturer? Is it the torturer thing? Oh, no one seems bothered by the torturer. Mostly it's because I'm a nice guy and they're assholes and they don't like nice guys. Alright, let's, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm starting to think I'm not going to find... Okay, I'm going to need to do maybe... Let's try Christianity. Well, insularism? They're likely to be close enough. Let's see. What do you say, buddy? Do you want to come to my court? No, he doesn't. Because everyone's got this base reluctance. Even though he kind of likes me a lot. What about you? Do you have base reluctance? Yeah, everyone's got a -50 base reluctance. I'm starting to think I'm not going to invite anyone to court. Man, this base reluctance is a bitch. All right, let's expand the net a little bit wider. Just general Christianity. There's a lot of people that just don't care for me. I need to try and find someone that for some reason really clicks with my personality. And they have to click more than 50 points to overcome their... I don't think that such a person exists. In fact, you know what? Let's undo... Let's sort by opinion. Just see if anyone, regardless of skill, out in the world... He's too far away. All. So the person that would like me the best in the entire world. He's in Prussia. I think he's too far away to interact with. Okay, no. Okay, so this is a fruitless exercise. None of these. No one's gonna. And I'm too much of a nobody. Nobody's coming to my court. Okay, now I need to look again. Was there anyone? Okay. So, okay. No player error. I'm not married. So, we need to get to work on that immediately. So, who should I marry? Okay. Now, I know in real life, being 29 is considered not a terrible thing. Young, right? A lot of people don't get married until their 30s these days. But for some reason, in the Middle Ages, it's like your uterus is blown out by the time you're 24. Like you can't get pregnant. So you gotta find somebody young. Here, 17. Wait, I think 16 is considered above age. And she only dislikes me by a -3. She's a contender. Let's see, would you marry me? Alright, hold on, let's start this over again. Find spouse. I thought I could just do a character, spouse. Can I just drag her up there? Be like, look. Alright, maybe I do gotta do it this way. Arranged marriage. What's one more? Demand hostage? No, that's rude. It's not a good way to start a relationship. You. She would accept. What's her traits? Let's take a look at her traits again. Oh, she's wrathful. She's just. She likes me because she's just. She's wrathful. And patient? That's a weird combination. A skilled tactician and a forest fighter. My wife is a forest fighter. It's kind of like, I feel like my wife in real life. If she were in the Middle Ages, she might be a forest fighter. Okay, we're going to keep her in mind. We're going to keep her in mind. What about her? What's she got? Content, shy, and forgiving. I like those character traits a little bit better. Although this girl, she's a little more spicy with her wrath and shit, but she's got some good stats. And this nicer girl here has less good stats. That's what she got. Callous, calm, and patient. Her stats are okay. Google's blown out uteruses. You should definitely marry her and send her to the nearest forest to fight. Ooh, she's got some good stats. Let me see, what she got? Vengeful, okay. A lot of vengeful young ladies. Temperate and just. She's actually, I mean... It's starting to sound like whoever I marry is gonna have a violent streak. She got better stats than I do, aside from diplomacy. Alright, she's a contender. Trusting, stubborn, and content. Alright, let's do this. Wait, this has got everybody? Let's sort by age. No, 7 is too young. Oh, it's -7. Here, let's start it. I think 16 is the youngest. I can't remember when they're of age. She's looking pretty good, though. I'm just basically looking at these numbers and seeing if there's any with a lot of high stats. Then I'll take a closer look. See, like, she's got a couple high ones, but also some low shit. I should also look for someone with inheritable traits, positive inheritable traits. That's a thing, too. I might just end up marrying that one, the forest fighter lady. Yeah, I don't know if I'm securing a strong family lineage, if this is like how I decide on a spouse. Oh, what's she got going on? Impatient, diligent, and ambitious. She got some good numbers. She's diligent and I'm lazy. So we'll clash on that point. She doesn't like that I'm in a weird subset of Christianity. I may come back up to her. But, you know, getting into my the 20s, 21, getting a little old there. Getting a little bit old. Alright, let's come back up to her again. Where was she at? This one, ambitious, trusting, and generous. She was decent. There, I think it was her. Stella. Impatient, ambitious, and diligent. Will accept. What else do we got? Matriarch. Okay. Fertility plus 20 because she's real big into family. That could be helpful for securing an heir. It'll help her overcome the fact that I'm old. She'd be like, oh, gross, old guy. But she's like, but family is important. Let's have babies. All right. Yeah, you know what? I like her. Let's do her. I mean, let's marry her. And then do her. All right. The invitation is out. Empty council position. Can't do much about that. Didn't I choose a lifestyle? Thought I did. Medicine focus. Yes. Good. Done. I guess I just looked at it and didn't click on anything. Available perks. 9. So we'll do Truth is Relative, which is the first in the tree. No, not Schemer. No, dude. This one. Oh, I've got perks in the intrigue tree specifically? Oh. Okay. Why am I torture? I don't like it. I'm not gonna be like this cheater dude. This whole intrigue tree is just like how to be an asshole in life. But this is about like court scheming. So if I'm gonna have to be a torturer or a fucking seducer or a schemer, I think I'd rather be a schemer. Digging for dirt. Disrupt schemes. Prepared for anything. Abduct? I don't want to do that shit. Order shadows. Disrupt schemes. Murder. Swift execution. Find secrets. Disrupt scheme. Kidnapper. All right. This seems more like the defensive route, so I'll just take those. I guess I'm going to take everything. What happens if I choose Unshackled Lust? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I feel like that this is not a good seducer's not a good tree to go down if you want a stable family life. Alright, so I'm a schemer. It was never my ambition to be a schemer, but apparently that's what I am. Yeah, I'm going to roll with it, but I'm really feeling like I should have invested some points into getting the kind of education that would have encouraged my... It would have given me a bunch of bonus points in the education lifestyle, rather than the scholar lifestyle, rather than the one I just did. Okay, empty council position, yes. Okay, but let's try this guy. There's a guy, apparently I can make a vassal. Maybe I could make him my fucking steward. Okay, he will not accept. But if I say low feudal base reluctance. Normal feudal what are these? How much tax and levies, that's his how much troops he produces. I want normal feudal. Alright. Maybe I can schmooze him a little bit. And then he'll accept this. Let's check my guard. Now that I'm playing this, I'm realizing, like, oh yeah, there is a lot of shit. A lot of moving parts in this game. Where's the shit about my kingdom? Legends, Irish culture, insularism. My house. Where's my system of government? The thing about my government. Honor, renown, piety, prestige, monthly income. Soldiers, realm. Area council, coordinating factions, decisions, activities. Under decisions? No. Factions, intrigue, couriers, council, military. Realm. Subjects, laws. One of those vassals, limited crown authority. Alright. I'll wait till I have my first vassal, and then I'll do the bait and switch. Right now I'm at the lowest level of crown authority. But if I up it before I've got vassals, he may be less willing to become my vassal. So we're going to wait, but as soon as I get him on board to agree to be my vassal, then I'm going to up the crown authority. He won't like it, but he'll already be my vassal at that point. So it'll be too late. He'll bait and switch. I'm kind of like the septic guy in this scenario. Giving him the $7,000, like, hey, buddy, come on over. It's only $7,000. But really, I know I'm going to hit him with a $40,000 advanced septic system once he's blocked in. You know, just to put it in septic system metaphors for y'all. Alright, but first, I gotta start schmoozing this guy. What does this guy got? Demand hostage? He'll just do it? Who's Earl Dartmouth? My neighboring ruler. Is this... Wait, is this the guy that could be... No. Grandson of Earl Diarmid. Who's that? He's my neighboring ruler. Alright, yeah, you know what? Sure. Why do you got a kid hostage anyways? If I ask him and he's going to do it, why wouldn't I just say, yeah, go ahead? Hopefully this doesn't cause some sort of a war I'm not realizing and will cause my kingdom to fall apart. Alright. Let's get back to this vassal guy. And, we're not gonna... We want to wait until he says he will accept normal feudal obligations. And so what we're hoping we're going to do first is just start sending him little notes like, hey, Earl Murgadock, I heareth about your nice shoes, and they are quite becoming. And then, like in a few weeks, I'll send him a letter saying, Dear Earl Murgadock, I hath heard of thy new haircut, which I think looks quite handsome. And he's going to probably think I'm coming on to him. You know, whatever. We started a scheme to sway Earl Murgadock. I was saying his name wrong every single time. Yes. No heir, empty council position. Not employing a personal position. Let's look into that shit. I'm just loving the aptitude. It's like, they're all fucking awful. Average. Hey, where'd she come from? And, unlike our bishop, who, okay. Now, she doesn't like me because she's arrogant? What? Okay, she's arrogant, so she doesn't like people. It's okay. You can be my arrogant doctor. I don't think I've ever had an average physician before. Every physician I've had has been shit in my past games. So this is a marked improvement. Should be my arrogant, kind of doesn't like me that well physician. Although, she dislikes me a little bit less because I hired her to be my physician. She's like, I still don't like you, and I'm better than you. but I appreciate the job. Thank you. Alright, what else? Not endorsed by my bishop. He'll just have to learn to love me. Part of it, too, is when you're new, you have this, like, new ruler penalty, because you're, like, the new kid. And everyone's like, who's the new guy? And so you automatically, like, earn cred just by passing some time, not being the new guy anymore. So hopefully that'll fix some of our problems. Alright. Alright, they've got no air, empty council position. Alright, I think I've done all the things that I can do. I can station men-at-arms, but I won't, because that costs money. Alright, we're just gonna let things fly for a little while. To the serene petty King Lawrence of Munster, I accept your marriage proposal. You will be joined with my acquaintance Stella in holy matrimony. I guess she's just like someone that lives in his court. I really just picked up some commoner for a wife, but she's a talented commoner. May your union bring happiness and fulfillment. So, greetings, petty King Lawrence of Munster. I see no choice but to accept your demand to take my grandson. What? I didn't mean to take a hostage. I thought I was releasing the hostage. Oh well. I guess it's good for me. I thought I was doing a good thing. Oh man, this is gonna be my whole theme of my character. I'm like, somehow I became a torturer. Whoops, I don't know how that happened. It's like, oh here, let me help you with your grandson. I just fucking kidnapped the guy's grandson. Oh, whoops, didn't know that was gonna happen. Sorry. Didn't mean to kidnap your grandson. I am informed that my hostage, dire mate, has arrived from Leinster. Grandson will no doubt be anxious about his new life. Trust in your grandfather, I reassure him. You'll be treated well here. I don't... Show you to your room. I don't know what I'm... I feel bad about this. Alright. Fucking designate a guardian. Here, who's good? Here, maybe you can... Here, my bishop seems like a nice guy. And back in these days, nothing untoward would happen if you assigned a bishop as a guardian. And maybe he'll like me more if I entrust him with this. Alright, gotcha. Educate child. Got it. Got it. And I can vassalize. We're waiting on that. Alright, we're just going to let some time go by. Is my wife here yet? Do we have kids yet? Or did we actually get married? It would have been nice if there had been some, like, royal wedding screen or something, but I think they just, like... The dude's just like, here's this lady that you wanted to marry. Wife and Alright, now she is my assistant ruler. So that's good. Gonna be... Can I make her my, my steward? Apparently not. Steward! What is that from? That Letterkenny? Steward! Can you guys see Letterkenny? It's been several years, but I think there was a person named Stuart, and there was another guy that whenever he said the guy's name, he'd go, Stuart! Alright, here's my scheme. When will you become my vassal? Alright, I like this vassal screen. Where was that? Normal. No, I want him to do normal, not low. Yeah, they talk really fast. And they can be hard to... And some people have very strong... Like, you can't understand what the fuck they're saying. My wife and I got into Letterkenny a few years ago. We watched a bunch of it. And then we lost track of it. But we did enjoy it. It's a weird show, though. But did grow on us. Maybe I turn up the, He is not swayed. It's okay, we'll keep going. We will keep swaying. Alright, what? I am inspecting the barracks infirmary when a severely injured soldier is brought in. He's losing too much blood. Where is the physician? The healer is nowhere to be found. A chill runs down my spine. I must be this man's only hope. Suddenly, as if she stepped out of thin air, my personal physician, Condal, is at my side. She rolls up her sleeves and looks at me. I can say, hand me the tourniquet. Or I can say, step back. This is my patient. Or I can say, let him bleed. He deserves better. That's terrible. Why would I do that? Alright, it looks like because it's a learning challenge. So if I say, hand me the tourniquet, this could go very well for me. This person will join my court. I was gonna say, maybe he could be my steward. I don't remember the Dick family. I don't remember very much about the show. Because it's been 5 or 6 years, many years since I've watched it. But I know we liked it. I don't remember any of the characters' names. Except for Stuart! Because it's just, it's a memorable way of pronouncing a name. Okay, hand me the tourniquet. Our patient screams and thrashes. Even though 3 grown men weigh him down, every step of the way is battle. But Condal remains calm, and eventually a quiet focus settles over us. I'm not sure how we managed, but in the end, it seems like the soldier will live. That was an impressive feat, Lawrence, Condal says with a tired smile. It was an honor to serve at your side. Wow, does she not... This is my physician who thinks I'm shit. Ooh, she likes me a lot now. We're friends now. Oh, look at that. Remember how she didn't like me a few minutes ago? But now we're friends. I could not have done it without you. There we go. It's beautiful. Amish family with the last name of Dick. They make lots of dick jokes. Yeah, I'm gonna need to watch that show again. Were they in the early seasons? Were they through the whole show, or did they come later? Because that's not ringing any bells, but that doesn't mean that I didn't like them. It just means they were in the seasons that I watched, I did not remember them. Uh-oh, there are plagues going on? Where? In Leinster? Uh-oh. Alright. Wait, what plague is it? Glidden's flu. It sounds like it's not a big deal. All right, there's a flu spreading around in the on the. I guess part of it is maybe about to spread into my shit. Just have to deal with it. Let's check on this vassalization shit again. -11. I really want to sway this guy. Hey! Petty Queen Stella is bearing my child. I cannot wait to hold the babe in my arms. Well done. Wow, it's already been 2 years in game. All I've done is unsuccessfully tried to sway this guy so I can get a better deal. Anyways. Just like in real life, my accomplishments come slowly. Alright. Coveted literature. My Bishop Forbachak approaches me with urgency. A local merchant has a copy of the influential Regula Pastoralis, but refuses to sell it to me. If you make him see the error of his ways, I would be in your debt. Ah, boy. What do you think I'm made of money? I'll make sure that it gets to you. All right, it cost me 50, a third of my royal treasury. I would gain a little bit of lifestyle experience and a weak hook. Doesn't sound worth it. This option, I spend 50. I get, and then I keep the book to myself. I piss off the bishop. That's not worth it. Or I can just say, that sounds like a you problem. And then he loses. All right. You know what? It's kind of important that my bishop likes me. Wait, is he old, though? No, he's 56. I was going to say, if he's like in the 70s and he's going to die soon anyways. But like, people don't live usually too long. But you get a bishop. Seems like bishops, holy people, live longer than the common folks. You know what? I'll get you the damn book. Whatever. I need to have a good relationship with my bishop. So there you go. All right. Available perks. Are these anatomical studies? Yes. I should have done this before I hired my physician. I could have saved some money. All right. Recording a memory. Some moments must be recorded forever. The time that I became friends with Condal Al-Kauthdale, look at me and my physician, we're such great friends, is one of them. Such an incredible memory must be preserved for all time. My mastery of the Goldalic language would make penning this a trivial matter. Then again, my friend Condal is so much better at writing than I am. Surely she would help if I asked. Assembling and illustrating a tome can quickly become a costly endeavor, however. Alright, so let's see. Okay, if I can do it myself, but it'll cost 50, and I'll gain 40 stress because I'm lazy. Oh, nah, sounds like a lot of work. Or I can have her do it. Only cost me 15 gold, and she becomes my best friend. And I gain a memory, and she gains 30 opinion of me. Or I can say I save 15 gold. It says no immediate effects, which makes me think probably there's gonna be some bullshit down the road. You know what? Yeah, why not spend 15 for a true friend? My daughter and heir. Well, of course, if I'm gonna... Oh, hold on. Stop saying shit. If I'm gonna have a daughter, I'm gonna name her the only lady in my chat right now. First in the room, Evie. We'll just say Evie. Yeah, it'll just be Evie. Because they didn't have 20. Yeah, what the hell? I'll do 23. EV23. I just drove for an hour and a half before realizing I forgot to put it back in the car and had to turn around and go back out here. Oh, God. That's terrible, Matus. I'm glad maybe it all worked out in the end. You got through it. All right. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter. All right. Wife encourages chivalry. I gained 75 prestige just because my wife is badass. Redo the trip in the morning. Hey. This happened despite my wife's poor martial skill. I thought it said marital skill for a second. It's like, oh, it's like that, is it? Okay, the Earl has been swayed. All right, now it's time to re-examine the possibility of asking him to be my vassal. -2? Oh, we are so fucking close. All right, let's keep trying to sway him. And, maybe it's time to start looking into, fabricating some claims here. Let's see. He's allied to King of England? Ooh, that's not a good target. All right, what about this guy? Do you have any... do you have, allies? No, he does not. That's a real shame. That's a real shame about that. This guy being... How old is he? He's young, too. Allied to the King... How old is King William? The real question is, this alliance will only last until either him or King William dies. And then he will no longer be allied to the King of England. He's only 42? Oh, that sucks. How did you... He's only allied with 2 people in the whole fucking world? One of them is my podunk neighbor? William, I thought you had more important shit to deal with than to ally with this dude. Alright. So we're gonna start... I'm gonna start fabricating a claim over there. Let's see. Wait, who fabricates claims? The bishop does, of course. That's shady as fuck, but... Alright, let's do this one. We'll get that going. You blame Brad? He's over there in China doing Brad things? And you don't see his name on the recent list, so he can't defend himself. Well... He's number 3 in the chat, though. I don't know. All right. Difference between manslaughter and murder. Manslaughter is like... can be accidental. Like, if you're speeding and you lose control of your car and kill someone, they'd be like, okay, you're still responsible. Like, you did something maybe you shouldn't have that caused somebody to die, but you didn't mean to kill anyone. So that would fall into some category of manslaughter. There's like involuntary manslaughter, for example. As opposed to murder is the intentional killing of someone else. That you took an action. It can either be a direct, like you wanted to kill this person, so you did it, or you chose a course of action and maybe your goal wasn't to kill the person, but you knew that what you were going to do would kill that person. So in other words, it's like an unjustified, intentional, or knowing killing would be murder. That's probably not the... It's been a long time since I was in law school. There's probably a better way of articulating that, but it's... I think the official definition is it's a killing another person with malice aforethought. There you go. If you want to look that up in Black's English dictionary. What's the intent? Yeah, it's basically like it's basically the intent, the knowledge or intent that what you're doing is going to result in the death of another person, and you chose to do it, and it's like unjustified. So obviously, well, I guess self-defense is a defense against an allegation of like homicide, but yeah, so an unlawful killing that's intentional or like you knew the action was intentional and the knowledge that you were killing the person. You got it, Spotify. What is this guy? What is this guy? Oh, he's like I don't know what he is, but looks like he's retreating from battle. Hello, Smoky Snow. Am I American? Yeah, guess so. Sure. Yes, I am. Yeah. That's one of those sensitive questions these days, isn't it? He's like, yeah. No, I plead the fifth. Yeah, I'm American. I live in Portland, Oregon. I grew up in California. Southern California. What? Oh no, dude. I've been working for years to sway this guy. You may not try to fabricate hooks at your... Oh, man. Wait. That's not good. Is this my first time playing, or are you just playing Munster? No, I've played a few times over the years. I've never gotten super far into the game. I'm not good at it. And there's a lot of stuff in the game from expansions that I'm not familiar with, that I haven't experienced yet. Because I have most of the major expansions, and I haven't played a super long playthrough since I've gotten a good number of them. So in a lot of ways, I feel like I'm kind of a newbie. I always tend to start in Ireland because I like the small scale beginning. And Ireland, it is sort of possible to like slowly start absorbing like a slow growth, which I kind of like. It's a small scale game. But I did spend a lot of time on character customization, I won't lie. I don't know how I became a torturer. I either misclicked it or just was randomly assigned to me. But I did not intentionally be a torturer. Oh, he's swayed now. Alright, I don't know who got mad at me a minute ago. Oh, it was the... Wait, was it the guy? I don't know what happened. This guy doesn't seem mad at me at all. Love CK3. It's like Sims, but evil. It's a career trait, but I don't remember selecting it. Like, I made my character. Would that only have happened? Like, did I accidentally click it and I didn't realize that I clicked it during custom character creation? Because, alright, the reason it matters to me is because I sort of tried to make this guy be like me. Like, if I was... is modeled after me. So, like, just, yeah, you know, I'm a lawyer, so I like to think that that's, like, justice and law and all that shit's important to me. But lazy, yeah, lazy, that's, yeah, uh-huh. Shy, yeah, uh-huh, yeah. I got a problem. I could be a little bit bashful around strangers. Cynical. Yeah. Yeah, I can be a little bit cynical. All this stuff that I chose is like taking sort of an honest look at myself and saying, yeah, I think that. Yeah, I'm that. Scholar. Torturer, no. Scholars. Schemer was just the default, whatever. I gave myself comfort eater. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I wouldn't say I'm a glutton, but I am a comfort eater. It's like gluttony's younger cousin, comfort eating. Intelligent. Yeah, I forked out the points to be intelligent. Honest. Yes, I am honest. I'm not good at, nor do I feel comfortable about being deceptive to people. And then in the middle of all this, I end up with torturer. I don't remember clicking torturer. I must have, though. Anyway. I would never have intentionally clicked torturer, though. I didn't notice it till after I made the character. I was looking at his traits, and I'm like, what? Torturer? Where'd that come from? All right. Let's see about this Earl now. Now that I've swayed him, he will accept my vassalage at normal feudal observations. Yeah, I don't want to do intrigue, though. I think I screwed up during creation of my character. I really think I screwed it up. Because I just chose the thing, and then the intrigue education was just there, and I was out of points, so I just let it lie. That's like the default education that you have. And I just didn't change it. But for lifestyle, I always like doing education. I like starting with the medicine lifestyle first, so I can be healthy and learn restraint so I can stop having kids. So that my kingdom doesn't split in 1,000 pieces when I die. Oh no, then I screwed up. Oh well. Yeah, so I screwed up. I screwed up during character creation. So, the reality is, I'm probably not gonna, after tonight, I probably won't keep playing this playthrough. Or who knows, maybe I will. But probably if I just played this tonight because I just felt like playing a little Crusader Kings, but I wasn't necessarily committing to, like, the long haul. If I decide I'm really going into a Crusader Kings 3 phase, these missteps are probably, to me, worth it to start over again. I just don't want to do it on stream, because these people already sat through enough of watching me blunder through making my character, and then I did it bad, so... but yeah, for a serious playthrough, those missteps are incongruent enough with what I want my character to be that I probably would start the game over. And make those decisions. Because, yeah, it got me, it was irritating, because then I got into the game, and it was like I had all these free intrigue perks. And I'm like, why do I want education perks? Why do I have all these intrigue perks? You have 650 hours of CK3, and it became too easy every time you play. Get too powerful, too fast. Oh, that never happens to me. It gets boring because no one can compete. Yeah, no, that's never my problem. That's never my problem. And the sad thing is, I've probably all told... I'm going to look at my Steam profile. All told, I've probably put a lot of hours. Not nearly as many as you. But, let's see. I have a total of 136 hours. So, by some standards, some people might say I should be much better at this game than I I shouldn't be fumbling into these mistakes. But the thing is I'll only play it like once every 2 or 3 years. So I always come back into it not really remembering a lot of what I'm doing. And then also every time I come back, it's like a ton of stuff is different. So it's a little like learning all over again each time. All right, so we can stop swaying him. Who should I sway now? How about my spouse? Let's see. I can sway my spouse. Or how about the, how about the Pope? Like, swaying the Pope is always good. Let's see. He kind of likes me already. No, I'm gonna sway my wife. Maybe we'll have better babies if she likes me more. We'll have more babies. Do I play Age of Empires 2? Oh my gosh, that's reaching back. I did play quite a bit of Age of Empires 2 25 years ago. Whenever it came out. Did it come out like 2001? Somewhere around there? I played a bunch of it when it came out. I haven't played it a ton since then. I actually wanted to play Crusader King, or I'm sorry, Age of Empires. Is it 4 that's the most recent one? But they don't allow you to do, you can't command while paused, issue commands while paused. At this stage in my life, I can't do an RTS unless I can play single player and issue commands while paused. So I started playing that when it came out on Game Pass a few years ago and realized I couldn't issue commands on pause. I was like, no, that's enough of that. I can romance her? Is that a thing now? Sway. Oh! Wait. Oh. Hold on. Us becoming soulmates. Very easy. Okay, let's seduce her first. Because the end game is I need some babies. And if we become friends along the way, but I think let's do the naughty because apparently it's very easy. We can become later. We can become friends later when she's too old to have babies. Yeah. Okay. Hey, wife. I'm gonna be walking around the royal apartments, like wearing colorful capes and stuff, being like, "Hey there, lady." Thanks for calling that out. I don't remember those options being there before. The romance and seduce for my wife. They were either not there or I overlooked them before. But I think when I played this the most, I don't know that those were options. All right, let's get the clock moving again, shall we? Accept your gracious offer of vassalization. Has always been there? Oh my gosh. That'd be just like me to play 100 hours of a game and be all like, man, I wish I could figure out a way to have kids faster, and just not realize there's like a do her button if I just expand the options a little bit. And I mean, part of me is shocked that I never would have realized that if that was there like 4 years ago or whatever, that I never would have noticed. But I also am not shocked because sometimes I just don't notice things. All right, you know what? But now I want to look it up because it's bothering me. Go to Google. Crusader Kings 3. When were romance and seduce options added to game? This is a loaded question because maybe it was never added to the game. They were available upon the game's initial release. Oh my gosh, you're right. All right. Boy, do I feel like a dum-dum. Oof. Yeah. All right. All right. You got me there. So, I wonder if I play this again 2 years from now, if I will have forgotten. Because I spent a lot of time swaying my wife. Ooh, a gift of labor. All right. Everyone appreciates a gift. But perhaps I could come up with something truly unique that will make a real impression on Petty Queen Stella. Let's see, an embroidery featuring her house quest. She cares about her family stature. She does. That's one of her traits. Well, let's see. Can I look at her stuff over here? She's a matriarch, so she's definitely into family stuff. Nothing here that would suggest poetry. And learning is her weakest trait. You always forget this game is supposed to look somewhat nice. You play on a 10-year-old MacBook. Oh, so you play in lowest settings. I mean, it's, you know, it's a little aged at this point, but yeah, it looks nice. Yeah. I mean, I started playing Crusader Kings 2. I want to say for a little bit, I actually may have played the original Crusader Kings. But I played a bunch of Crusader Kings 2, and this is a big step up from that. Let's see, wood carving of a castle. She appreciates architecture. No, you know what? She is about family, so I'm gonna embroider her house crest. I think that'll really grind her gears. Thank you so much for the crest and embroidery you gave me. I can scarce remember the last time I received such wonderful gifts. Guess who's getting some, baby? Signed, Petty Queen Stella of Munster. That's how it is with my wife in real life too. Like, I get her a gift. It's this very formal affair where, like, there's no, I don't hand it to her and she says thank you. It's like I have some people like present it to her, her attendants, and then she sends a letter with a wax seal on it. You reviewed my earlier footage. I never chose the torture trait. No idea where that came from. Huh, interesting. Could it be because I kept that schemer option open? I don't know where. So it just gave me the torture. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong thing. So it just gave me the torture trait. Okay. Anything for you, Stella. She gains budding interest. What does that mean? Alright, I guess it means she's a little bit turned on by the old King Lawrence here. I may have been given automatically because I chose the intrigue education and started as a middle-aged character. Oh, I did start as a middle-aged character. Okay, that actually does make some sense. I'm still a little sad because, I mean, I'm almost nagged enough. No, I'm not going to do it because I'm only going to probably stream for another half hour or so. So it would be stupid for me to just spend that last half hour making a new character and then stopping the game. Yeah, I know. I was on my intrigue tree. And I had a bunch of points, so I spent them. And I know I said because of my education, I get 10% more experience. I had like 9 perks when I started the game in here too. Like, it was very clear my character was set up for the intrigue, like, to be the intrigue lifestyle. But I don't like the intrigue lifestyle. So I was just like, well, sometimes that happens in life. You're in your 40s and you're like, man, I didn't want to be a 40-year-old grocery store clerk. It's just the way life unfolded. Maybe I'll be a lawyer instead. And then so in your 40s, you become a lawyer. But then you're like, crap, I have all this useless cash register using skills that I built up over the years. And I'll look at my own life, real life lifestyle trees, and I'll go to the grocery store cashier tree and go, look at all those points that I put in there. Anyways, when all I wanted to do all along was the learning lifestyle. I just kept putting it off and putting it off. I worked at that grocery store for 30 years. I guess 25 years, whatever. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's the kid that my bishop is been training. My accidental hostage. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, you know, I'm trying to do the contemporary comparison of what it would be like. So, you know, in the modern day, it would have been like, oh, I was working at a grocery store while I was in college and I just never stopped. And now I've got a lifetime of a lot of skills that I'm not going to use in my future career that I want. But the medieval version of me, you just substitute grocery store clerk with torturer, and it says basically the same sort of thing happened. Like, whoa, jeez, I never really wanted to be a torturer, but look, I'm really good at it because I did it for 20 years, apparently. All right. He is now a man, looking forward to soon being sent home, as is the custom. His uncle, Earl Murchad, will certainly be hoping as much. However, I must look to the interests of my own house. Why would we attack each other? I don't even know why he would declare war on me. There was an option. I thought the option was I was freeing a hostage for like someone in my court. I didn't realize I was taking someone's hostage until I pushed the button and they're like, fine, take my grandson, you bastard. And I'm like, oh, whoops. It's the little torturer in me just accidentally exacting cruelties on other people, tearing families apart. Whoopsie daisy. Sorry, torturer. Just terribly sorry about that. Get your things and go home. Get out of here. I give you good education. You go back home. Oh, well, that's that guy's grandfather. He's, you know, speaking of getting old. Nope, he's still only 41. He's younger than me. I should stop. Wait, is he still allied to the King of England? Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Can't attack him while he's allied to the King of England. Ooh, look at this. Okay, I am attending the dance, not simply because I am the lord of the castle, but because I want to see petty Queen Stella there. She looks resplendent. And when we finally have a moment to ourselves, I offer my suggestion. What should it be? Join me in the circle for the next dance, my lady? Which, of course, will stress me out. Because I'm lazy and shy. Ah, yes. A walk in the garden. Away from all this. Yeah, I would go with that. Alright, let's see what the possible thing. So if I did this first one, if everything goes according to plan, we have smoldering chemistry. If not, if she's not impressed, we do awkward interactions. Let me look at her personality again. She's ambitious, diligent, and impatient, and a matriarch. I am the medieval MC Hammer. Is that the kind of... Am I doing the hammer dance? Let's see. Could I provide you with some more food? To her okay, that appeals to her greedy side. This appeals to her thoughtful side. This appeals to her playful side. Or so have you seen how these people dance? Appeals to her malicious side. Ambitious, diligent, and impatient. Matriarch. Intricate web weaver. Greedy. Thoughtful. I don't think she's a particularly thoughtful person. I don't think she's particularly playful. Greedy or malicious? Impatient, diligent, ambitious. Probably greedy. If I had to choose, I could link ambitious to greedy, possibly. I don't even know if that's going to make a difference, but based on the personality traits, it's the closest. Appealing to a greed is the closest I can think of that might appeal to her. I had the servants bring more food for Petty Queen Stella and myself. As the evening went on, we delighted in every delicious dish that the cooks of Lumnik had to offer. That woman certainly has a taste for the finer things in life. Ooh, it did good. I think she liked it. What an evening we had! And we have gained smoldering chemistry. Ooh, what is that going to do? Yes. Okay. Okay, and we have motivated workers because she has excellent stewardship. Does she? Oh, yeah, she does. I can't make her my steward. Wait, I should look into this. I still do not have a steward. Steward! Has anyone joined my court since then? It's my chancellor? No. Maybe I can look around and see if I can get people to join my court now that have been around a couple years. People won't think I'm such a loser. My vassal. Oh my god, you're right. How did I miss that? Oh my god. Smoky snow? I feel like I'm really bad at this game, and you're helping me past that. That's literally the very top of the list. I didn't look. That's where they rank them. That's where my eyes should have gone first. Okay. My goodness. All right. First off, there we go. And, but can I start making people not be knights? Oh, well, we're not doing a lot of fighting anyways. Okay. You got anyone better than this dude to be the marshal? Oh yeah, this guy. All right. Sorry, Ettigus. You're out. Yeah, Ettigus is gonna not like me. The only reason you got the job in the first place is because you were literally the only person available. Now someone better is available. Was that the kid that I raised? No, that's true. Now it's so nagging me that I set him up with the wrong education type. I want to say I did that exact same thing the last time I played this, like a year or two ago. I didn't create the character on stream that time, but I did the same thing where I got in and I'd left the intrigue, and I actually did go back and remake the character with the education background. So, if I continue this playthrough, it wouldn't be this playthrough, but if I'm settling into a Crusader Kings like mode where I'm going to be playing it, I'll probably, the next time I fire it up, I'm probably just going to make a new character. Oh my god! Has this been here the whole time? I don't remember. Nudity. You mean the whole time I've had this game for 5 years? I could have been having lewd sex scenes like this, but I just didn't know where to push the button to make it happen? Giggity. The servants have all been sent away. And your bed has been decorated with roses. No, why would I censor it? All right, so YouTube gonna shut me down? I said booby. This stream's not for kids. I don't know. Servants have all been sent away, and our bed has been decorated with roses. As Petty Queen Stella enters our chambers, she smiles eagerly and joins me without any hesitation. With the help of hands, mouths, and whoa, this is getting pretty steamy. Hands, mouths, and limbs, we reaffirm the devotion we swore before God. Perhaps in a more carnal fashion than intended. We had some sort of like a flaming intense love for each other. It was a trait and everything. Let's see. As we were united in marriage, we are now united in heart. What are these two options? The bonds of marriage are enough? It's just like a... Either I can make it like, hey, this is great, or it could be like, eh. Either way, I lay with her. The only difference is she becomes my lover. Yeah, she's my wife. Let's do it. I gained a lover. I seduced Petty Queen Stella, my wife. They make it sound so dirty. And we're married. All right. Knocking boots. All right, let's see. So we're now at 100% relationship. I can still romance her. What does it do? She can become my soulmate. Very easy. Well, yeah, let's seal the deal. Let's do it. Once I've got her all the way, then I can start scheming to sway the Pope. But, you know, gotta take care of my affairs at home first. That tiny bit of nudity makes you want to buy this game, Maxie? Oh, you just for 5 years had absolutely no interest, and now you're like, I saw a nipple. The game's on sale for $14.99 right now, Maxie. It's a great price. All right. The time has come to let my feelings towards Petty Queen Stella be known. I want her to remember this day for the rest of her life. And we're not talking about the day that we had our little encounter in the bedroom. Should we remember that one too? Of course. Secretly plant a letter in her chambers. Oh, that's bold. Write a love poem. Let me see. This would probably appeal. Declare my devotion. Devotion. Secretly plant a letter in her chambers. Well, based on... She's got it... Wait, let's take a look at her stats. Okay, I think the poem... She's not a learned person. She doesn't have a lot of tender traits, but she is like a schemer. So I think she might appreciate a secretly planted letter. Impress her by winning a sparring match. I don't think she gives a crap. I'll go with my gut in the moment. Let's see. Now she's impatient. No, I don't think going with my gut is the right move with her. I don't think she's the forest fighter, P-Rich. I think she's the forest fighter was one of the 17-year-olds that I was looking at. Then I scrolled down to the slightly older women and chose this ripe old maid of 21 years old who had very good stats. That's why I chose her instead. But all right, I'm gonna plant a letter in her chambers. Is that a metaphor? Hey, open your chambers. I want to plant my letter. Okay, sorry. We're done with that part of the game. My declaration of love is for petty Queen Stella. Oh, Stella's eyes only. No one else matters. I pour my heart out, page after page. My feelings growing as I finally put them into words. The ink has barely dried as I set out for Stella's chambers. I gently place the scroll on her bolster. Will she lay here tonight, dreaming of me? The waiting is unbearable. The thought of rejection makes me sick to my stomach. When her reply arrives, I tear the seal with shaking hands. This is how spouses communicate with each other. Secret letters, deliveries. Whilst I cannot encourage you, my liege, I am most grateful for your kind words. Yours faithfully, Stella. Wow, that's fucking cold. She won't resist my charms for long. She was not impressed with my love letter. That kind of hurt my feelings. Dirty talker. 21 and not already a grandmother. I mean, we're working on it. We're working on it. We got some catch up to do. I can exchange hostages. Ooh, I can make the case that I'm... Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's see what's going on with this guy. Okay. Got 480. What do I have? How many troops do I get? We got no... Oh, yeah, okay. See it done. I can declare war. Alright. Let's do that a little bit. It seems like in this game there'll be situations like this where it's like, hey, there's this guy. He's outmatched. He doesn't have any alliances. And then as soon as I declare war, he picks up the phone and he's like, hello, King of England? Hey, can we have an alliance real quick? And then all of a sudden I'm like, half the world's trying to kill me. Alright, I'm gonna do a pre-war save. Lawrence. Oh, let's say Hawk. 2025. Main. We'll call it just the main save because I haven't done a manual save yet. Will you do vassalage? I mean, if... Alright, let's do this. Sir, those lands are rightly mine. My priest says so. I will take the earldom, thank you. Alright. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna do the... I am doing a scheme to be in love with my wife. Raise all armies. Yes. Alright, let's just make sure... Okay. He still doesn't magically have... Alright, there we go. Oh, she's bearing my child. Oh yeah, baby. Queen Stella's preggers. Wow, we're actually kind of struggling to win this battle. Wow. This battle is way harder than it should have been. Learning perk available. All right. We're not ready. We don't need a restraint yet. So let's start with stress gain reductions, because those are more likely to, especially since I'm lazy and shy. There are all sorts of ways that I can just end up stressed by mundane things. My chancellor. Okay, hold on. Is that what? No! Is that because he was a knight? Alright. I need to... This is awful. I was gonna take them off of being knights. And I just was like, oh, I'm not fighting anyone. This is... I'd be very tempted to save scum at this point. Alright. Cancel on your knight, your personal physician, and best friend. Nobody's good for the job. Well, how about... would anyone make a better chancellor? No, no one would. Make my physician... Can she be both? Make her the spy master? Well, she can't be chancellor. Is she not available? She can be spy master. Oh, the physician counselor. Okay. You didn't say chancellor. You said counselor. Yeah. Then I'm gonna do that, I think. All right. And now, before we bleed anyone else out, where's the damn thing where I can stop them from being knights? I always have a hard time finding where everything is. It's under military? She likes me more? Okay. I guess that works out. Does that have anything to do why my army did so shitty in battle? Armies, mercenaries. No. Warriors. Courtiers. Invite knights. Okay. I want to invite knights. Where's the flippin' screen where you can manage your knights? Or is it here? Where you can make them so they can't be knights. I swear. It's like, I know that's in here. It's in the warfare menu. Knights and accolades sub-menu. Is that this one? Warfare? No. Realm, military, council, courtiers, intrigue, factions, decisions, activities, royal court. None of those. Legends, Irish. Okay, no. Is this the warfare menu? Military. Okay, that's where I am. The Knights and Accolades submenu. I have your armies, mercenaries, automated settings, little soldiers. Knights and okay, never mind. There it is. I thought this was like raising levies, and then I looked at the words. Okay. Forbid. Not this guy. I have to pay him. What do you think? I made of money? Alright, so you can be a knight. You cannot be a knight. No more counselors lost in battle. Alright, how much does it cost, by the way? 30 gold? I get stressed because I'm shy. He's 47. Oh, that's me. He's not that great. Alright, you know what? No. Who needs knights anyways? Alright, thanks for helping me out with that, Smoke Stone. Alright, and I bet this dude's gonna come back limping back with his 300 people and somehow kick my ass. That was such a hard-fought battle. Wait, where's Plague at right now? Oh, in the midst of all of this war and plague, romance, a rare flower. As my beloved and I walk through the Thomond Gardens, I gesture at the greenery around us. For all their beauty, there isn't a single flower which rivals your own, milady. What is he talking about? My knights stink now? Going to beat up by your podunk neighbors? I only have one knight. So, yeah. Maybe he's good, but he's very lonely. Alright. There isn't a single flower which rivals your own, my lady. There is one, she says, with a mischievous smile. A rare orchid. Wait, no, I was talking about your, you know. I wasn't talking about a real flower. Alright, this is nearly impossible to cultivate. Why do I feel like my metaphors put me into a weird horticulturing position? A rare orchid, which is nearly impossible to cultivate. A monastery ruin in Rose-Cray is the only place where it thrives in these regions. Alright, options. Surely I can find a merchant. It's only 15 gold. Maybe I'll go for it. I will brave the ruins for me, but I'll gain stress because I'm lazy. And there's only a 66% chance of success. Surely they must pale compared to your fair visage. Okay, I can just play her, or just pay her a compliment. No, I'll give her a special gift. Wait, this is because of my diplomacy skill, though. Alright, you know what? I'm going to do that. Take advantage of... I got a skill because it gave me a shortcut. A cheaper way to get through this situation. It still has me coming out ahead. Wait, but I already have 100. I've already... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Enemy ally joins the war! I knew this shit was going to happen. Remember how he said, dude's all by himself, no allies? And then magically, he has allies? I'm going to have to look into that shit. Alright. Let's get through this first. From all my evenings watching stars, I have seen with my own eyes what I've heard of before. The stars move at different speeds. Reverse their course at different times, seemingly in large groups, depending on which celestial sphere they belong to. Indeed, with the right calculations, one can predict their movements. My bishop does not approve, of course. Leave the skies be. The celestial realm is for the clergy to know. Now, I am a cynic. So, this is, I will find my answers in the heavens. It's going to piss him off. How does he like me, though? And not a whole lot. But I get learning lifestyle. Ooh, hold on. This may be worth the stress, though. 250 piety? Especially if I want to start milking the Pope for funds. I need to get some piety. Okay, this is... It's not because I agree with him. That's why I'm going to be stressed. It's because strategically, I need to please my holy people. I go, oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, jeez. What was I thinking studying the scars and using my brain? Okay, having good nights is usually important, so you make good advice on your course. Doesn't it cost money to do that though? What do you think I am, made of money? Arrange a betrothal for your daughter or an ally of your... Oh. Does that take effect immediately? I thought it was only when the marriage happened, but I don't know how things work. So maybe if your daughter's 6 months old and you betroth her to somebody, you get that alliance right away. Only when she comes of age. All right. Takes effect. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. So I'm at war with this dude. Coin. Enemy ally. Oh, he doesn't got... He barely has any troops. He's a captain. So what, did he hire this person? A foreign ruler. He's a... Oh, it's a duchy title? A war... He must be a mercenary. Is he a mercenary captain? Okay, he's only got 100 troops, so I don't think he's going to make that much of a difference. But that's a good point about my kid. Evie, are you ready to get married? Potential alliance. Earldom of Dublin. Okay. Earldom of Dublin. Earldom of Dublin. Well, it's convenient. They're right next door. Oh, he's got some troops, too. Okay, you know what? That's a good idea. What's this guy? Earl Mercad? That's that guy. Alright, well, I guess I'll temporarily have to... I mean, I'm probably... Who am I kidding? I'm probably not going to go after Dublin during my lifetime anyways, so... Alright, is there anyone nearby that's not my immediate neighbor who I don't have designs on? That's too far. Where the hell is that? Feels far. All right, I think we're gonna go for this. Am I gonna really try to betroth a 47-year-old? Hey, maybe he'll be dead by the time she comes of age. Anyways. Wait, have I put him in the... Arranged marriage. Well... Alright, why is this being... I'm gonna start over again. Arranged marriage. Why are there only like 2 options now? Alright, let's just clear all that. Find spouse. Alliance power. Okay, there we go. Oh, there she is. Why? Okay, there we go. Will accept. Can I do major lineage? Nope, not into it. Okay. All right, let's do it. Is he a nice guy at least? He's cynical, just like her father. Diligent, patient. He's not bad. He's an all right guy. All right, Evie, I'm setting you up with an all right guy. He's filled with patience, and he's cynical like your pops, and he's not even a torturer. You know, so probably life will be a little easier with him than it's been in our house. You know, I try to do my best as a father, but sometimes I got to be a torturer. It's just the way the dice roll sometimes. Okay. Well, I didn't choose it. Just sort of happened. Just the way life unfolded. All right. So... excellent. All right, now can I call my allies to war? Where does the thing about calling allies to war happen? I thought it was on the war screen. There was like a call allies to war. Oh, I need to call him to war once he accepts. Okay. Hey, you know how you just... oh, no. Wrong guy. Dublin. Am I look? Oh, here he is. Call to war. I have to spend 75. That's okay. I got prestige coming out the wazoo. What else am I going to use it for? Of course I shall join you in this war. Our foes shall learn to fear the men of Dublin. Wow, Evie 23. You're like Helen of Troy. You're the face that launched 1,000 Irish boots. 20, I guess 2,600, 2,700 Irish boots. If you take into account 2 boots for each of these people. I'm glad they're on our side. They have a bigger armor than we do. Oh, okay. In the middle of all this. By God, Petty Queen Stella is an insufferable swine. What? Have you seen how she taps her foot? Ridiculous. My Chancellor Kerbal throws his head back with a wicked laugh. Dude, he looks like an asshole. How good is he? He's not even that good. He's not even that good a Chancellor. Stella is still conversing with her friends, but I can tell she heard him. I hate to see her hurt. He beat his one-armed ass. Vile lies. Draw yours. Okay, well, let's not be hasty. I suck at combat, and I'm lazy. Oh yeah, I will gain stress because I'm lazy. And there's only a 61% chance that I win that fight. This does not seem like a good calculated risk. I just tell him, you should apologize to the lady. And the worst that can happen is he refuses to listen. And I don't come away maimed. Or I could just say, oh, Stella, he couldn't be more wrong. He does have one arm, but nevertheless, I only have a 61% chance of beating him in combat. And a 38% chance of being wounded. And I guess he likes me either way. I could gain 150 prestige. But if I do this, everybody likes me more. All right, you know what? But wait, is there a situation? Will he still be my? Anyway, I'm gonna do in real life. If I, I would try to just get him to apologize rather than attack him. Hey, it worked. I convinced him to apologize. There, see? All's well that ends well. Ooh, okay. You've been so brave, so strong. Words cannot describe my love for you. Now we have a perfect little daughter. Another daughter! Alright. Wait, hold on. Alright. So usually I pick people out of the chat. And Smokey Snow, do you want to be my second daughter? I can't change the name later. I need to ask your consent. You can be my infant daughter that advises me on how to run my kingdom. Here, I'm just gonna do it. And then hopefully I don't offend you too terribly. Name her Brianna. Okay. Will do. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter. There you go. Romance. Unpleasant pleasantries. I don't like the sound of that. Who's that kid drinking with me? Alright, whatever. I'm attending a dance in Thomond to spend time with Petty Queen Stella. The mere thought of touching hands makes my heart jump. I mean, after what we did last year, I'm surprised. Anyways. But when I arrive, I find her stuck in a conversation with my vassal, Earl Oliver. This is kid? A 6-year-old? She's trapped in a conversation with a 6-year-old kid. The abhorrent man drones on and on. That's the most droll 6-year-old ever. I will take her place. Better I than her. I know she's impatient. Oh my god. Okay, I gained 32 stress, gained chronic headaches for 10 years, and gained 48 stress because I'm shy and lazy? This is a severe consequence. But this kid is the fucking devil. How can he be that horrible? Okay. Enough. You're boring the lady to death. You spend 35. Grow closer to forming a rivalry. Gain 32 stress. Okay, that's still, none of that's good. Okay. I'm not going anywhere close to that man. And then no immediate effects. But you know what? There's a lot of negative consequences. I feel like I got a pretty good relationship with my lady wife already. Maybe I don't need to... I mean, there's a big price to pay to rescue her for this conversation. Nope. I'm like, hey, I'd love to help you out, but I'm an introvert, baby, and I'm lazy. I just don't think I can handle that shit. That 6-year-old just too much. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. Prisoner captured. Artifact seized. Ooh. Open my inventory. I just realized I had this stuff. Prestige. Vassal opinions. Diplomacy +1. I like that. Oh, but this is a masterwork journal. Now I can torture him like I let. But no, I swear. Yes, I may have spent 30 years torturing people, but it's not who I really am, okay? I don't like hurting people. I'm just really good at it, that's all. But I put it behind me. Alright, Siege 1, prisoner taken, artifact siege. Okay, we've won the war. We shall enforce our demands. My prisoners will be released. I'll get the earldom. I'll gain 20 fame. Allies share 20 prestige based on the contribution. He becomes my vassal. He's probably going to hate my ass, but there we go. Victory! The Monsterian claim on the earldom of Athlone. To the worthless petty King Lawrence, tales of your misdeeds are told from Ireland to Cathay. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. My feelings are quite frankly hurt. He said some mean things to me. So wait, is he my vassal now? Oh, I just own that shit. Oh, for some reason I thought he was going to be my vassal. Alright, no, I'll take it. Alright. Let's disband all troops. You worthless muck. Will definitely make you forget your constant headaches for at least a moment. Alright, I think I want to see how this scheme ends. I'm going to end the stream soon. I was thinking maybe after the war was done, but... My counselor died from his internal injuries? Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. The vassal you gained was the priest of the local church. Okay, I can't take that anyway, so that's fine. You can have the church, buddy. I'm a cynic, and I'm I think the wrong kind of ruler to run a church. I don't know anything about that, so you go look at the stars or whatever it is that you do, and I'll stay over here and woo my wife. Something else you can't do, huh? All right. He was... Oh, this is the dude I fired earlier. Oh, he's going to be mad if I hire him just to fill the spot and then fire him the next time a decent chancellor comes along. All right, here you go. And you suck as a knight anyways, so... Let's come back over here. Let's forbid you as a knight. And was it under decisions where you can invite people invite knights. It costs 150 prestige. I got prestige. Just, yeah, I've got prestige to spend. So, sorry, Chancellor. Sorry, he died. I'm going to leave Ossory alone. Yeah, because he's allied with the King of England. So, I'm like, hey, that's Ossory. Wow, you're looking great over there, buddy. I'm waiting for him to be like, oh, and you got a cold over there? Every time the guy sneezes, I'll be like, hey, how you feeling over there? Because basically, once he dies, that alliance stops. I just kill him instead of firing him? Well, I just rehired him. Because once again, I find myself in the position where he's literally the only person who's on hand to be my chancellor, even though he sucks. Alright, there's a bunch of shit going on. Victory, yes. County control is low. Alright. Well, then let's, we're gonna use the Marshal. Train, control, increase control in county. Yeah, there you go, buddy. You go sort that out, my friend. Marry you the son of the king of England, and just be the first of the two to call into your war. That's all it takes? It's like they'll go to war against their ally? If that would cancel it out, I'd be fine. But if we're both allied to the King of England and I declare war on him, it's literally whoever gets invited first, they'll attack their ally. That makes me feel sad. Some Vikings are about to kick the shit out of England anyways. Don't worry about them. Now, I've been in situations before, and at least my recollection is, it is something to worry about. If you attack your neighbor and they're allied to the King of England, that will not go well for me. I have it on good authority. Alright. And what was the other thing? Oh, yeah. Gonna have little Brianna. Little Brianna. We're going to find a spouse for little Brianna. Austria? That's pretty far. We got a lot of troops, but that's pretty far. Bavaria. Yeah, that's all very far. What about these guys? They're sort of... You said Austria sounds nice? I feel like these guys up here on the island are just bored. They're like, oh man, we have all these troops. No one ever wants to fight with us because we're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. All right. Well, Smoky Snow, you don't want to live in... Okay. All right. Since you have feelings about it, let's see. And, well, let's see. This guy doesn't like me, though. Why doesn't he like me? Because he's a religious zealot. And I am cynical. And we're of different cultures. And he doesn't like my version of Christianity. Which, whatever. Are you sure you want to marry this guy? I'm taking a closer look at him. I don't know if he's good enough. Well, he is charming and generous and trusting. I guess he's not a bad kid. He's just a little zealous. He's not a bad kid. He just doesn't like your father. Is he the heir? The heir of... Where can you tell if he's an heir? No, he's nobody's heir. At least not that I can tell. He has some claims. Oh. That sounds so mean, Smoky Snow. That sounds so mean. I'd feel really guilty about doing that. This is why I never excel in this game. Because you're looking at all the steps, like literally, this is how I can get good at the game. And I look at it like, that's mean. I don't want to do that. Sounds like a mean thing for me to do. I'd feel really bad about that if I did that. Alright. So, let's say murdering his older brother is off the table. You still want to marry him, even if you will not become the Archduchess of Austria? I don't know. Let's see. Just don't think of it. Just don't... let's see. Securing your daughter's future. I told you, Maxie. The whole torturer thing... It's just, you know, sometimes life pushes you in certain directions, and it's just what I did for a living for a while. It's what paid the bills. I never wanted to be a torturer. I just sort of fell into it, and I put it behind me now. It's always very distasteful for me. For some reason, I didn't choose to go to scheming college. It just ended up happening, and one thing led to another. Well, I guess technically I did choose to go to scheming college. I just didn't realize I just stumbled into it. It was an accident. Alright. And he hates me so much. Alright, who else? Bavaria? I mean, Bavaria's got a lot of troops. This guy doesn't hate me either. He's the son of the Duke. I mean, and we're in a situation where, well, the heir is his bodyguard. All right, Kuno. Let's take a look at Kuno. He's deceitful, wrathful, and curious. Oh, he's kind of a dick. He's kind of an asshole. Okay, you know what? You know, your old pa's gonna bite the bullet. I don't like Adalbert, and Adalbert doesn't like me. But he's a decent guy. He's generous, he's charming, he's trusting, he's just a little bit of a, you know, little bit of a Bible person. Doesn't quite get along with your old dad. But yeah, we're doing Adalbert it is. And hopefully... Can we do... No. Matrilineal? No, we're not. No. Hopefully... There we go. In time, he'll learn not to hate me as much. In distant India? I'm sure that would have been a fantastic idea. Nothing could have gone wrong with that. I don't think I could even communicate with somebody in India. I think they're too far away to communicate with. I gladly accept your betrothal proposition. Your daughter Brianna shall be betrothed to my son Adalbert. Excellent. All right. The night has arrived. I thought I was supposed to get 3 nights. All right, let's look into this situation then. Oh, this guy's good. Jeffrey sucks. Okay, let me see what this guy costs. 30 gold? Yeah, baby, get in that court. Get in that court. I mean, burning through my I'm burning through my money with all I'm nickel and diming myself to death. All right. Brad, Brianna. I don't know if you guys are going to let me not murder a bunch of people. All right. Well, I'll be like the indulgent father. We'll see. Okay? Maybe we'll do some murder later. We'll see. Okay? No, we'll see. Well, please, Daddy, please. We'll see. Go do your, whatever you do. How old are you? I was going to say you do your homework, but you're 0 years old. So, you know, you just lay back and poop in your diapers. And master that first. And then later we'll talk about murdering people for your future. Your daughter and heir EV23 is an unusually calm child. When the others play their wild games, EV23 often withdraws to some silent corner. She does not speak a lot, but I can tell she was always thinking about something. I wonder what's on her mind. What is this? I wonder what's on her mind. She gains the trait pensive. +1 stewardship, +1 learning. All right, this is good stuff. Evie is a thinker. She's a thoughtful person. Maybe she's inherited her father's intelligence trait. Oh no. Why does she have a horrified look? Okay. When petty Queen Stella suggested a hunt, I did not hesitate to organize one. I would do anything for a mere glimpse of my beloved. My God, I sound so desperate. That's a turnoff, you know? I am stalking through the... Why do you have to stalk? Oh, he's hunting. I'm stalking through the underbrush, my page at my heel, and my hound just ahead. It seems as if it has found a trail. Then suddenly my concentration is shattered by a woman's scream. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I am coming for you, my love. Go ahead with my attempt. Perhaps it would be wiser to send the page, and it ends my scheme. Or it's probably just a bird. 33%. She's attacked by a wild beast. 66, and it ends my scheme. Now I'm coming for you, my love. My love. Uh-oh. Looks like it didn't go well. Scheme failed. Stella, I'm coming. That was where we were hoping to end up, but apparently not going. Stella! I burst through the foliage into the clearing, my heart beating wildly, sweat streaming down my face. But the scene before me is not what I expected. There is a stag, yes, but it is on the ground, an arrow stuck between its eyes. Stella lowers her bow as she turns to face me. Well, shouldn't she be happy that if I thought she was in danger, I'd come running? She should be happy. What is this about, Petty King Lawrence? Did you think me incapable of defending myself? Yeah, I got lost. She loses 10 opinion of me for 5 years. I thought the dick move would have been like, meh, whatever. Who cares what's happening to my queen? Alright, that sucks. Alright, so... I'm such a shitty husband. Is she ill? Nah. That's just how she looks. Let's see. Let's check. I didn't even check. If she has a congenital intelligence trait, do we find out yet? Or is that maybe later we'll find out? Alright. She's gonna divorce me and take half my shit. No, that's not how it works in Catholicism, Maxie. Especially insularist Catholic. I think I can have multiple wives if I want to. I should look into that shit. Let me see. Oh, marriage type monogamous. Never mind. Boo. You can put her in her place. Marry a bunch of other wives. Let them duke it out. Let them duke it out. Oh, you don't like it when I try and rescue you? Let's see. I'm gonna marry a few more people and I'll rescue them. I bet they'll love it. Could you be one person? You want to be one of the harem? It's all just a ploy to make my main wife jealous, really. Okay. So that's gonna be it for tonight, though. It's after midnight. I finally saw the scheme to become soulmates with my wife come to an end. A horrible crash and burn. I mean, I have so many pluses with her that I'm still in a 100% relationship. But, I'm gonna stop playing. Probably gonna end the stream soon. Let me save the game. It's gonna be Hawk 2025 main. Overwrite. Exit. To desktop. And we will all go to thank you screen. Oh, I can. Oh, I know my culture will allow. The culture will allow me to have multiple spouses, but it looked like the religion. Well, I have to take a closer look. Maybe it's a little loosey-goosey there. The religion would allow it? You had way more fun playing this than most of the games you play. You should have done this months ago. I always end up having fun playing Crusader Kings when I stream it. So the question is, if I keep streaming it, should I continue this game even though... I mean, does it add flavor to the fact that he had a completely incongruous education compared to where... Does it add flavor that he's like, I want him to be a scholarly man, but he's been a torture... He was against his will, enrolled into a scheming school, and was a torturer by trade until he became, when he became king, he's like, well, I guess I don't have to do that anymore. A reluctant torturer. It does not bother you or make you happy. Okay. Evie, you love Crusader Kings 3? I had a pretty good playthrough a couple years ago when you ended up, I think he died with no male heirs and the Evie became the queen, and you were like a really good queen. Were you very powerful, good and powerful queen? So pretty impressive. That was a good game. All right. So maybe I'll keep playing this and. That was one of your favorite playthroughs of mine. Well, I think you've only watched me do like that was. I've only done a couple before. I want to say maybe I've done 3 on stream. But I know for like 2 weeks in a row, it was like the ongoing saga of Queen Evie. Like all this stuff. She lived a long time. She was like the queen for a long time too. So I think she eventually died of a broken heart. Like her best friend died or something. I feel like she died of like stress-related death. After like a couple of her... She was like in her 70s. And like late 60s, early 70s. And a couple of her friends, like close people died. And then she died of like a broken heart. So. Alright, guys. I gotta end this thing because it's late. I need to wind down. So, I think we're just gonna do this. Now, just remember to relax. No EASA today. It is late. It is late. And I'm glad that's today. Yeah. Or was it? Yeah, okay. It was today, right? All right. So we're gonna. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna rip the man. I need to end it. I need to end it. So just everyone, just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. You gotta relax, Evie. Especially you. Calm down. And enjoy your phone. Just close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Go to sleep. And good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now, EV23, P Rich, J Maxi, Smokey Snow, maybe Matus, Jossadai. Go to sleep. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams. Joss. I didn't even notice you. But at least I spotted you before I ended the stream. All right. I said I was going to end the stream, so I'm just gonna do it. Good night, Joss. Good night, everyone else. Good night, Evie, Brad, Maxie, Brianna. See y'all later.